Good morning, everybody. How are we doing today? Hopefully, everything's looking good out there for you guys. Made some alterations to the stream codec, so we'll see how that's working. I just want to make sure that it looks good across all platforms here. So I'm just going to pop in real quick and see if it is in fact streaming to everywhere the way that it's supposed to. Does look like we are connected everywhere, so that's good. Hopefully it is decent feed quality. It does look like it is decent feed quality, so that's that. Some of you guys had mentioned a delay yesterday, so I tooled around with it a little bit. Hopefully, it is better than it was yesterday. Watching Clover pre-market, guys, almost 200,000 volume on it. It was down 20 cents after hours yesterday. It has come back 11 cents from that 20-cent down after hours. Sitting at around 852, 853 right now, as we see some of the or early market volume come in. I'm expecting to see this go up again, guys. Today is going to be a bit of a sideways day. Obviously, the uptick is on it, so that is there. But really, tomorrow with the SEC is kind of where it's at. Lots of things going on. Chauvin trial did come in. For those of you that voted yesterday, you did get your points on that. So you did get your stock point. What else? Just want to make sure this doesn't look funny. Oh, it looks fine. Okay. You'll see that sponsorship is taken down. They've asked for me to put a pause on it until such time as they are ready to get rolling on it again. So they'll come back. But that money is locked and loaded. So it is a done deal for them. What else did we see? We also saw that there was another shooting yesterday after the Chauvin trial in Minnesota, in Columbus. So this is in Ohio. Now, with that shooting, there is body cam footage showing this young lady stabbing people. So beyond that, all I'm going to say is politicians have already started to voice their opinion on what happened there. That's the thing that has me more concerned than anything is the fact that politicians are now voicing their insights into the guilt of the police officer and that this needs to be dealt with. As we saw with Chauvin, that may give them cause for dismissal on any legal cases that are brought against them. So I'm still of the opinion that it is in the best interest for the legislative branch in the U.S. to leave the judicial branch the hell alone and let them do their jobs. The more that we get political opinion flowing into these cases before they go to court, the harder it is for the prosecution to actually get convictions. So that's kind of where I'm at on that. What else are we looking at today? Good morning, good morning, good morning. Good morning, good morning, good morning. When the Senate will vote on the SAFE Act, no, it is not already passed. It does still have to go to the Senate. It does still have to be voted on. Schumer is actually looking to do an alternate bill, so it's going to be two separate bills. The federal legalization and the Senate bill are going to be two very different things that need to pass. But there is no date as of yet. Good morning, good morning, good morning. SHG earnings yesterday were a bit crazy. Yeah, it's like there's a whole bunch of people just waiting to get the hell out of the way of it. For me, their earnings were fantastic. They were on point, and the guidance that they are still projecting a 300% increase in revenue this year was muy bueno. So I'm still very bullish on it. Bum, 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 bum. For those of you that are in CLOV as well, I will be actively. One of the things that people are talking about with CLOV is the current borrow rate on shorts. That it's not excessively high. Interest rate is still 2.76, so it's still relatively low. Um, yeah, I think SHG has a good chance to triple for sure. Um, we will see what happens today, guys. Uh, we will see what happens today. Dogecoin did not go to 420 as expected yesterday. It just did not happen. Ethereum did gain a little bit yesterday. Came back a little bit. Came back. I'm still pretty sold on Ethereum, guys. Pretty happy with the direction it's going in. I'm up 30% since my entry on it. I will continue to leverage into that with gains as I can. Zemedica's up 2% pre-market, which isn't saying much these days. It's less than a penny that it's up, and it goes up 2%. So it's down 76 cents. I am not out yet until I see their earnings. I won't be leaving. Now, that is not to say that I won't be exiting on earnings, guys. I may take my biggest drawdown ever on Zemedica, if their earnings does not indicate to me that there is going to be sizable growth in sales in their sector. Will most likely exit for a sizable loss and move that money into another position. Most likely SNDL, or not SNDL, SHG. Most likely into SHG. So Uh, I am not stoked about taking a $30,000 loss on a position, $40,000 loss on a position, but that may just be what needs to happen here. But we'll see. Into earnings, we will see. I'm not sure what the SPY is doing here pre-market. SPY is down a little bit. It's not really gunning for anything. It's sitting at around 411 right now. DGLY down big after the Chauvin trial had peaceful celebrations last night. There were no protests, there were no riots. People liked what was going on. The guilty verdict obviously being a big help on that. What else am I looking at here? Ride is kind of sideways, not doing much of anything. SNDL kind of sideways, not doing much of anything. The absolute lack of PR yesterday, guys, out of the pod sector was remarkable. Utterly remarkable. Um, We are going to be watching CLOV into market today, guys, so no vote on that. I'm going to run and fill up my water real quick, and then we're going to get down to this. So CLOV GME, guys, again, going back to what my hypothesis was on GME, we are in these 2 days here. So this is back in January when GME started to make its move up from that 17, 18 level. It hit January 13th. This was last Friday as far as an equivalent would go for Clover. Another green day on the following day. That's pretty conducive to what we saw on Monday. And then a slightly down day. A slightly down day is expected today. It'll open higher and then slightly down. And I know a lot of people are saying, well, you can't just apples to apples this and say it's the exact same. Well, I can because I am. Is one part of it. The other part of it is, and this is a great time to put in the disclaimer, I'm not a financial professional. I trade my own way, my own profile, my own portfolio. You are not to trade the way that I trade, and you're not to take financial advice from me. You're to come up with your own trading methodology. If you are brand new and you don't know how to do that, go seek out a financial advisor. If you are persistent that you don't need a financial advisor because you're the next genius, the next Buffett, I would highly recommend you start reading. I think you're going to educate yourself and realize that there's a lot of stuff that you don't know, and there's a lot of time and effort that needs to go into the market. It is not a casino. You don't flip coins and win. There's a lot of knowledge that you need to accumulate in order to create your own trading methodology. If you're going to start with your trading methodology as an FA trader, Culture Code is the book that I recommend that you start with. If you are going to be TA, I recommend that you start with Reminiscences of a Stock Operator. That's the morning disclaimer spiel for everybody there. Now I don't have to do that again the rest of the day. Hooray. Let's see. Let's go check out pre-market gainers. Pre-market gainers. What are we looking at here? We are looking at Alterity, Ocugen, Well-Built, Yuxin, Zomedica. We've got Zomedica up 3.8%, which is the top gainer. That's scary. Guys, who remembers when every day I would come in here and this had like 300%, 500%, 200%, 100%? There was never this rinky-dink, tiny, nothing gain deal going on, ever. Never. That Zomedica is on this list at a 3% gain. Like that's 3 cents. Zomedica is up. Not even 2.5 cents. Zomedica is up pre-market. That's a top pre-market gainer today. Like the good times are gone, ladies and gents. The good times are gone. We are definitely in a different market. If you were questioning that, don't. Um, I have added GSS to my watch list, guys. I think that there is a solid equity play on that. Sundial Growers is there as one of the top losers by losing a penny as well, which is also interesting. This is saying most active stocks. So this is by volume. Zomedica with over 2 million volume pre-market is what's putting it on this list, I suppose. But this is a good sign because this is showing that these meme stocks, Zom, Bingo, CTRM, SNDL, Naked, all of them are seeing large volume already pre-market. All the stocks except oil and gold went up, yeah. Mm-hmm. You can live stream to. I didn't know you could live stream to Reddit. How do you do that? I want to do that. Add a video. No? Interesting. No, not today, guys. Not doing it today. We're gonna watch CLOV. I'm pulling out the streamer hammer on that today. CLOV is what we are watching heading into the market. Now CLOV was down 20% or 20 cents after hours yesterday. Currently, it has wrestled back from that 842 to 851 pre-market. Camera top right. Isn't the camera top right? It's been like that for a couple weeks now, ever since the sponsor came in. I just need to get a new image to go beneath me. So I don't currently have anything. What could I put in there? Oh, camera in the top right for Reddit streaming. Let's see. Camera in the Reddit live.
From some artist,
Learn more.
and the barn in the picture was white.
No, I don't want to watch this person live. I want to. How do I go live? How to go live on. Okay, so there's no way to do it. There's no RTMP. I can't do it the way that I do it with Restream. So unfortunately, I can't. That's too bad. The button, you mean? Yeah, I saw it. I saw it. All right, GameStop is up about 40 cents. It's still below that 159. So still watching GameStop to see what kind of a sell off we see. The longer we go, the more likely that is. We'll see what the SEC ruling does tomorrow for GameStop as well. But today should be a very interesting day heading into those new broker dealer rules tomorrow. Um, Twitter trends for this morning: Iggy Pop, judge orders LA to provide shelter for everyone on Skid Row. This is interesting. That's a big deal. Wonder who's going to do that. GME out the gate, guys, takes a tumble. Down to 156. Bought right back up. Sitting around 842 on CLOV right now. How do we short lumber? So no, I can't even open this link. It's taking so damn long to load. I don't know what it is, but it's taking forever to load. Oh, CLOV falling further. 833. So again, my analysis of this, guys, is that we see it have another red day today. That's what I'm expecting for ZOM is another red day. It is F Wednesday, so I am expecting a red day on ZOM, and then the next 2 days, the Thursday, Friday, I'm expecting gains. Yeah, that doesn't do any favors for me whatsoever. Trudeau's announcement for childcare in Canada because I'm a single income provider, which he doesn't want happening. He wants both spouses working. He doesn't want people taking care of their own kids. He wants the government to take care of your kids. Talking about CLOV, he wants the government taking care of your kids and both of you working. More people to tax is better for him. Good morning. It's shaping up pretty much the way I expected. $10 a day childcare is what Quebec already has. Um, I mean they can't hold an election until we're through COVID, whatever that means at this point. Um, Sitting at 842 on CLOV. No sizable volume really on either side right now. Buying up slowly. I would prefer that we go to an election because his negligent spending is screwing my kids over for the next 30 years of their life. And he needs to be stopped, is my opinion. Netflix falling is definitely going to hurt. Grubhub falls as Just Eat CO tweets deal consideration is final. What else we got going on? Amazon and Google win 1.2 billion contract from Israel for cloud sites. Yeah, I mean, guys, you can go here, head over to Tip Ranks and see CLOV. Um, This is even the hold. So the four names on this are Merrill Lynch, Credit Suisse, Citigroup, and J.P. Morgan. Two of them are holds, but at $10 and $15. This thing is sitting at 830. Citigroup and Merrill Lynch have it at 15 and 13 respectively. So from here, it's a double up, 60% upside. It, their earnings projection, their earnings date is currently being guesstimated at best because they haven't confirmed when they are going to file their earnings, but this is not updated, obviously. Let's go to Yahoo Finance. What to do here? I'm very tempted, guys, to half my Zom position. We're gonna see what that does today. But no, new SEC regulations go into effect tomorrow. The 22nd of April is when they go into effect. So sell all of a loss or none. I don't know whose rule that is. It's not one of my rules. The way that I see it, if I close out half of Zom, that will leave me with. So my initial investment was 54,000. If I close out half of Zom right now, it's going to give me just shy. It's going to give me about 8 grand, and that'll cover my margin and whatever else. And then I will be able to take that 8 grand and put it into CLOV, to DCA on CLOV. That'll still leave me with 8 grand in Zom. And if Zom does eventually go to 6 to 8 or 10, that 8 grand will recruit back up to my initial investment. Essentially, Zom will be a free trade. So for me, I don't know that I subscribe to that. Now, I would like to see Zom potentially make some upward movement today, given that it had nice volume pre-market. It's up to 7.5 million as of right now. So we'll see what it does here. If this can get some buy pressure up to the 80s or maybe even the 90s, then I'll take a look. But um, no PR is kind of a big one. Coin sliding, it's 304. I took coin off. GSS is another one that I'm watching pretty closely here. What am I going to do here? I'm more confident in Clove than I am in Zom. SNDL sitting at 85 right now. Yeah, I'm not running marbles today. Um, yeah, Zom's showing decent volume, 10 million out the gate today. That's not terrible. Volume slowing down on Zom. How bad is the portfolio right now? I am down 60K. No, I'm back to where I started the year though. I've got 58,000. I did put another 8 grand in with CLOV, so I'm at the 50,000 that I started at. My entry on CLOV is 859. Um, the thing that I'm wrestling with CLOV is I think rather than buying CLOV, I'm going to buy CLOV W. Um, Saki, I do. I actually think now more than ever that market is reflective of this market. Can't you hedge with options? I do have an option. I do have a call option, but I don't typically hedge with options. I don't carry a large options portfolio. I typically trade in equity only. Um, Zemedica's got 10K volume on it already. The book is about TA trading. No, the book. So the reason why I recommend Reminiscences of a Stock Operator to those that are TA focused is that culture code is going to be absolutely of no value to them. Culture code is purely about macro psychology and large groups of uh, people and how they react to things. That's not going to be of value to TA traders, whereas Reminiscences of Stock Operator gives you an understanding of how the market operates, and it dispels a lot of the rumors that you're going to see. Clover's got 2.7 million volume on it now. Zomedica's back up to 78. I've got an 85 sell on it, so we'll see what that does. I'm going to sell half the position at 85. No problemo. I'm seeing more and more chatter around the broker dealer rule, guys. So more and more people are being aware of that. What's the SPY doing today? What are we seeing on the SPY? SPY is up a little bit. Okay, interesting. I thought Netflix would have tanked it, but SPY is up, and with it, it's taking some of these memory stocks. CLOV warrants have a strike and an expiry date. They're similar to an option. They're not an option, but they are similar to an option. They will appreciate in value if CLOV goes past strike. Again, I'm not closing my entire ZOM position. I am closing half of it. I can't open YouTube links. By the way, guys, I will never be talking about Peach again on stream. If you ask me to watch it, I won't look at it. I'm not going to give you my insight into it. I want nothing to do with it. That 7.5 hour stream that we did yesterday had the top viewer rate that I've ever had on YouTube, and they put a copyright claim out for that 5 minutes of it that I watched. So I will never be talking about Peach again. Peach and its purple phones. I will not be talking about it. Just so you guys are aware, if you ask, I don't do that ticker. It is blacklisted forever for what it pulled yesterday. No, the Peach presentation. It wasn't even the song, it was the video. Redemption was right. It was the video. So yeah, here I am thinking that any kind of press on the event is exactly what they want, and then they go ahead and do that. No problem. I will never give press to their products ever again. When anybody asks me what I think about the product, I'll say I think the company is shady as shit. They don't appreciate free press, and I am done with them and their lack of innovation. Yeah. Okay, let's see here. What am I gonna do? I might as well. I'm fighting over 2 cents here, but in reality, I should just update this and free up the funds. Filled. Okay. So I am now holding 10,500. This I have 8 grand buying power. FW, thanks for following, man. Let me know. Was that FW? I'm not seeing this update the way that it's supposed to anymore. So let me refresh those alerts. Whoever that was that followed, I missed the name, but huge shout out, guys, to all you followers. I'm not getting out of Zom. I am freeing up half of it. And my thoughts on that, guys, are with Zom, I think CLOV is more timely and more likely to move faster in a shorter period of time. Now, if Zom does go, I'm not completely out of the position. I do still have 10,000 shares. So if it does go to that 6, 8, 10 mark, I stand to triple on my current holding, which would take me back above where the trade originally started. If it does hit that price point, it does make the movement that I was looking for, and I will still take gains on the trade as a whole. So while I did just leverage down from 54,000 to 24,000 in that, well, 25,000 in the position, in the event that this does go to that 6, 8, 10 mark, I will make gains on the trade as a whole. So that is there. I am not completely out of the position. I have an equal holding between Zom and SNDL now. They both have 10,500 shares. Um, Okay, whatever. I'm not arguing with this. Okay. So let me pop this up so you guys can see what I just did. I exited half the position on Zemetica, took that capital, rolled it into CLOV warrants. So now I'm holding 3,000 CLOV warrants at an average of 234. SNDL is up on the day, Zemetica is up on the day, so I might have a green day here. As Clover starts to move up, so too will those warrants. As it goes through a strike, it will go crazy. I convinced you to buy a bigger grinder yesterday, guys. Yeah, so I actually really love this grinder. It's all magnetic, of course. Makes it for really easy cleaning. There's no moving pieces inside of it, which some of them have these like moving internal dots. This is all pretty well built. It's like it it's a sturdy piece of metal, and then the inside has this, and then it's actually got a bottom capsule as well for all of the tastiness. Um, it's 11 strike by 2024. 2024, 2025, one of the two. Redemption, you there? I can barely hear you.
Yes.
Strike and expiry on CLOV warrants.
April 20. It's on your thing. It should say it on directly on there, but strike is 11:50 and April 21st, 2025.
Where you're saying it should say it right on there. Where? I don't see it on the
Like,
warrants.
yeah, it says financial instruments CLOV war April 21st, 2025.
Oh yeah,
11.
mine doesn't say that. So 2025. My bet is that it goes to $11 by 2025. Great. Just put a show on for them, and it'll be fine. Yeah, and there's lots of people that have said that it's very aggressive, and I understand that. I'm okay with that. Irregardless, guys, even if it goes to $4, I will still make back everything I've lost on the trade, which is fine. I'll take a zero trade on it. But moving that capital over into the CLOV warrants, I think, is something that I definitely wanted to do. So it gives me a lot more time on it. It's a great way for me to play options where I do still have an option on CLOV, but it's for a May monthly at 12.50. But just the time. Do I think that CLOV in the next 4 years is not going to break past 11? I cannot see how it doesn't do that. The fact that they just got opened up to 10 more states, I think that alleviates any concern that I have of the federal government coming against CLOV. I don't see the FDA allowing them to operate in more states if there's concern about CLOV's legality and how it's operating. I just don't see it. Yeah, DGLY definitely got bogged by the guilty verdict in a big way. And let's update this SHG. I'm now holding 5,600 of this at a, what's the average? $1.22. All right, so all of my holdings are currently accurate. They're there. SHG is just nutty to me. Absolutely nutty to me that they are still on guidance, on track to do triple their revenue this year profitably. It is 1-to-1. Yeah, it is a 1-to-1 warrant. I did do some playing around as well, guys, with OBS. Hopefully the stream is a lot smoother for you and you guys aren't finding the delay. I know a lot of you have been saying that there was a pretty wicked delay. I did make some adjustments. I am seeing that it's no longer saying unstable, it's saying excellent. So hopefully it feels a lot smoother to you guys. I did make those changes. CLOV at 849 right now. All right. CLOV is right where it closed yesterday. Yeah, it popped right back up, which is kind of nice. I'm happy with that. I have to use YouTube stream to watch. Not sure if you watch that chat. I do. Yeah, I do. I have both chats open. If you guys are over on YouTube, I can see you guys commenting on there. Just do me a favor, you head over to YouTube, hit that like button. It does a lot to help me out. I know it seems small, but it's not. It's a big deal. What else? The Medica's got 18 million volume on it today. SNDL is up 2.5% with 44.5 million volume. Clover's sitting at 4 million right now. So not terrible volume. 859 is my entry on that, so I'm okay with that. Did Zom get news? No, Zom did not get news. In as much, guys, as you guys are tracking along on the weight loss with me, what I'm looking at for that is I did make some alterations after last week. I did see a small gain on my weight there. So what I've done is I've expanded my fasting window. Now I am skipping breakfast and lunch. So my fasting window opens up for dinner, which means I'm eating from 5 to 7 at night. So it's a 2 on, 22 off eating window. Which should spike the fast, which gives me a better result from that. Again, I can now just pile in. I can eat pretty much whatever I want for dinner, and it's not going to hurt. What's up, Jackson? I'm sitting pretty on those CLOV W. I'm pretty happy with that. Having 8.5 grand in CLOV, and then 7 grand in CLOV W at a 234 average. It's not bad. Pretty happy about that. Looking slightly green today. CLOV is now 859, so I am dead even on my entry with CLOV. It's definitely not weighing me down. Nice, you got 100 free CLOV warrants? Ah, it's fantastic. Oh man, did that not post to CLOV? Really? Oh, there it is. Okay, guys, to be clear, the catalyst dates that I'm watching for CLOV are this. Tomorrow we have the new SEC broker deal going, our broker dealer regulations going to place and being enforced. So I expect to see a small gain on that, followed by Monday. Monday after hours, we get the actual short interest number, so that'll clarify that argument one way or the other. And then the following week, May 3rd, I think that's still what we're seeing as the tentative date for CLOV's earnings. So that narrative that CLOV has no revenue is going to go out the freaking window. What people are doing right now is they're heading here and they're going trailing 12 months. There's no revenue. See, look, this company is broke. It has no revenue, zero whatsoever. Okay. What we're going to see is on their earnings summary. Where is their earnings date? This is NA. Doesn't say. Can anybody find when their earnings is supposed to drop? I saw people saying May 3rd, May 5th, June 2nd. Where are you guys seeing that? Trading View. Yeah, KGB, it's every quarter, but the earnings season is when you can file. You can file before the 3 months. So just because they filed March 1st doesn't mean that they have to file by June 2nd. That's not how that works. They can file sooner. There was speculation that we would see a May filing. I'm just trying to find out where people are getting their dates from. Let's see here. What does this one have? Earnings. Yeah, this one has the end of May. This says May 21st is their estimated date. Trading View is showing. May 19th, May 21st. Showing them as cash flow positive over the last 2 quarters. I'm not seeing the date of next earnings on this though. I scrolled by it 3 times now. I am a boomer. My apologies. Top of screen. Oh, upcoming earnings, June 2nd. Thank you, buddy. Thank you, KGB. Damn. I do have boomer moments, guys. Clover sitting now 865, guys. So I am green on my position again. Actually, Green Day. I'm up $1,000 across the board. Now it is remaining uptick, right? Redemption.
For CLOV?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Until tomorrow, I believe.
Which is not. I mean, that just makes tomorrow that much more crazier. Seeing a lot more green on my board today than I did yesterday. Coin is at 311 right now. How's GME doing here? GME 157. So an additional hypothesis that I have, guys, is as GME gets no news, it's not doing anything. Apes are going to get bored. They're going to see gains elsewhere, and they're going to move. And my thought is that they move into CLOV. Let's go check out Swaggy stocks, though, and see where the conversations are. I'm expecting to see Netflix on here. CLOV. So top mentioned SPY. Everybody talking about the SPY yesterday for sure. Apple, obviously with the Apple event yesterday, that makes sense. Netflix with the Netflix drop after earnings. Tesla is Tesla. Palantir, GME, CLOV. CLOV's doing all right. It's beating out Disney. It's beating out MBIS. Coin. It's beating out Coin. It's crazy. So yeah, I mean this is what it is. Oh, Peach event. My bad. I said it. Should get a swear jar for myself. Yeah, so that's the last 7.5 hour stream that Peach is ever going to get out of me. That they can claim their revenue from the entire 7.5 hours for a 5-minute clip is a joke. Apple's taking 30% of your podcast revenue if you put it on Apple Store. 30% for what? For doing what? It did it again. Damn, this swear jar is going to get full fast. I'm gonna stop talking about it. What else we got going on here? Zomedica's up at 80 cents now, so 6% on the day. I doubt that it holds that, but at least some good upward price movement on that. SNDL as well is up 4.5 on the day, so we'll see what that does. Shorts not being able to short is going to make today kind of tough for CLOV to go down. Tomorrow is kind of the big deal. What is the SEC going to do? How actively are they going to? New York Fed is talking about the high school Fed challenge. Jim Cramer, what's he chit chatting about? This double click on this mouse, man, I tell you. It's the Street Live, not much there. Finance. Talking about Facebook, talking about Peach. Morgan Stanley saying the issue the market's having is people have lived off the promise that the past year we've expected to see build up to this moment of Q2 2021. That's the promised land. That's when we start to recover. That's when vaccines will be in full tilt. That's when we'll see recovery. We're not. We're not seeing the recovery. So people are wondering, well, what's the catalyst? What's the spark? What's going to take it? Obviously, it's not earnings with Netflix leading the way on that phenomenal blow up. 869. Ethereum up 2.5%. Bitcoin continuing to decline, 55,000. You want to cheer me up? How's my Ethereum position doing? I think I'm up 30% on the month on that, so that's not a terrible thing. Let's see. I put in I put in 1,000 and I'm at about 1,300 right now, so not bad, not bad. Almost makes me wish I put in more, but that is what it is. No regrets, no regrets. Never give up, never surrender, no regrets. Okay, CLOV chat. This is a CLOV chat, guys, on the CLOV subreddit on Reddit. So yeah, I am on here. I am a guy inside the live chat on there. If you're one of the folks that is hanging out in there. $871 on CLOV. Okay, BTTV, huh? Zom bounced off of 82. Sundial at 88. Clover 869. So I don't really know what I'm getting here. So if I do this, I mean, this is something I'm gonna have to look at afterwards. I'm too boomer for that crap, guys. I'll figure it out, but if it's gonna make the day more bearable for you guys to be able to throw more emotes in chat, no problem. Do I follow save? No, I don't. Yeah, but if you guys have the extension, can't you just type Gekwe and then you see it? I don't need to subscribe to BTTV. Like, I don't understand what I have to do for that. Can't you guys just put the extension on your browser? I have to allow it for my channel to work. Okay, so I go here, right? And I'm logged in. And then what? I can add cat jam, add the channel. What else do we want? Monka S, add the channel. What else do we want? Sag. See you guys using that one. What else? Pepe hands. Kekwe. Well, I like We Smart. Am I doing this right? Is this right? Am I doing it wrong? Like, Pepo G. Dashboard. Okay, shared emotes. So I am Discord sync. No. Bots. No. Takes a few minutes to update. Okay. Okay, well, at least there's some there for you guys. You can play around with those. If you have other ones that there's 8 more that I have, so if you see emotes that you would like, there's 8 more that I can choose. What's the shirt say? I'm a proud husband of a freaking awesome wife, and yes, she bought me this t-shirt. I didn't buy more FTOC, no. My position FTC is locked at 1386 average. I haven't added to it. My whole portfolio is green except FTOC today, though, which is kind of cool. Green. But I did close out half of my ZOM today, move it into warrants and SHG. SHG is now 110. Zomedica still staying above the 80 cent line. Sundial is up to 89, heading back for that $1. She give you that for your birthday? No, not this birthday. Christmas, I think. She had it printed. My wife is a boss. I love her. She's got a wicked sense of humor. I love her. Yeah, Clover, I'm above my entry, guys. I'm okay with Clover where it is. As long as it keeps doing what it's doing here, I'm not really sweating it. Those warrants are going to be so tasty. So tasty. Redemption, thoughts on your warrants?
Yeah, I don't care.
You don't care?
They're
Just
4 years out.
lock it, leave it, never look at it again?
I have 4 years to make a decision.
So you just hold it until then?
I mean, like, you can exercise if you want, but like the moment it hits strike, that's when it acts just like an option, right? So once it hits strike, it's gonna start accelerating pretty quickly. So, but the thing with it is that like essentially it's like buying a cheaper version of the stock, but only if it goes above 1150, because for every penny it moves, like it's 1 to 1, right? So like one warrant is equal to like one share. So every cent that it is above 1150, it's as if you had a position at 1150. But until then, I mean, like,
So does it keep appreciating then as it moves up? If it goes to that 20 or 30?
if it goes up there, then it'll be like whatever the price difference is, or however the Black-Scholes calculates it.
Okay.
But from when I played Oxy, it was just basically whenever it hit the strike was at 22, and it was shit. It was like complete shit because Oxy was like half the price, and this thing was like literally pennies on the fucking dollar. But the moment it actually got up there and actually got close, like I think I got out around 19 or something like that. But I got it issued to me around when the price was around like 19-20 or something like that. But the moment it got close to it, it actually was greater in value than when I actually got it. So like I got it for $70.
Yeah.
By the time I got out, it was like 130 or something.
Okay.
Mostly because
Yeah.
there's a lot of time on this thing too. Time is another factor on the thing. So
Obviously, yeah. But
yeah.
having years, if this goes into strike with years on the deck,
Oh yeah, you're laughing. So
makes me wonder if I don't just buy a little bit more. I am now green on my warrants, guys.
I mean, I'd say it like I'm planning on buying some more, and then I'm going to rebuild my reserve capital again.
Right now, I've cleared my margin on my account. I don't think I'm going to do anymore. There was never an investigation into CLOV, Freako Rico. That was one of the misconceptions, guys. One of the misconceptions with Clover Health is that there was an SEC investigation. There wasn't. There was a request for information. Those two are not the same thing. And it wasn't even the SEC. It was the Department of Justice. It was the DOJ. The DOJ sent a request for information to Clove. That was it. It's not an investigation, which is where Hindenburg did a real shit job on its short report, where a lot of people were misinterpreting it as there is an active investigation into Clove, and there isn't. It was a request for information alone. We want to know more about this. Those go out all the time, which is why they weren't required to disclose that in their SPAC listing. They didn't have to disclose that information. It wasn't required of them. So for me, the only negative or short interest from Hindenburg is you had a request for information from the DOJ you didn't disclose. Okay, who gives a fuck? Now, do you actually think that the DOJ is actively pursuing legal action against them? I'm going to go with no, because typically the branches of the federal government work hand in hand. And in the last couple of weeks, we got news that 10 more states are opening up. The FDA is giving CLOV access to 10 more states to start selling their products. I don't think that if the DOJ is pursuing active investigation into Clover Health, that we see the FDA open up 10 new states to the product. It's very, very unlikely. So the positive catalysts on this are we are going into Biden care. The stock is already beat down. It has 4 major banks on it that have price analysis from $10 to $15. You have a short interest on it that we can't confirm one way or the other, but there's a sizable short interest. We know that the CEO has his share, Chamath and Ian Osborne both have their shares, their Class A shares locked up till July. So those aren't part of the active float moving back and forth. Then on top of that, the Class B shares that everybody was looking at on this latest report from S3 and whatnot, those are locked in until price points of $20, $25, and $30 after 90 days. So those dilution events won't happen until CLOV hits those price points and holds them for 90 days. If this thing hits $30 for 90 days, and I'm sitting here holding this at $8, $8.59, $8.80, $9, that's not going to matter because it's going to be a 300% gain. Those CLOV warrants, though, are going to be a little bit interesting. Will you consider it a bad sign if they dump the Class A in July? I plan to be out of this long before July. I'm now at the point, guys, where I am considering closing out another 5. I mean, I only have $8,000 left in there. I was going to say I'm tempted to close out another half of that. Do I just close out Zomedica? So what would be the total loss on Zomedica? I would have lost... It would have been like so I had 54,000 in it, and I would have taken like 16 grand out of it, which would give me... It's about a $40,000 loss. I'd take a $40,000 loss, but then I could roll that 8,000 into CLOV W, which if it goes to 11, that'd be 5x on 8,000. I'd still just make it up. I think it's best to just leave it where it is right now. Yeah, I don't necessarily want to go all in on CLOV, even though I really like it. I mean, I'm still confident on SNDL when we get the PR from them. So who knows when that happens, but if that does happen, we do get PR from them. Maybe I'll have more time to get in, but no, EQL, I just went over like all the DD as to why I'm bullish on CLOV. Growing revenue, new states opening up, Biden care. The request for information is not a DOJ investigation. Why don't you just dump your shares and just buy CLOV warrants? Why don't I just dump the CLOV shares and take warrants? That's not a terrible idea. If I actually think that this price movement is going to be what it is, right? If it's 1-to-1, essentially, if I'm looking at CLOV W as a 1-to-1, I'm essentially getting 4 shares for the price of 1, right? Buy 1, get 4 free, or get 3 free. And I'm doing that on a positive. Yeah, I think that's what I'm going to do. That's a great idea. I did not take that as financial advice. I'm going to set an out of 885, 880. Let's do 883. Your account does not have sufficient quantity. Oh, that's because I already have a standing order in. Maybe I'll just go, yeah, let's go here with that. Okay, now we wait. All right, water and washroom. It was an excellent idea though. Let's go. I'm gonna run that multiplayer ad. Hopefully, it's another Mortal Kombat one. Let's see. It is, and I'm gonna go with Shang Tsung today. Mix it up a little bit. Clavington, they're multiplayer ads. You get to click and vote on them. You vote Sub-Zero every time. It's just a really simple thing. Companies are doing it as essentially a poll, a graphic poll that you'll be able to pick. And as you guys vote on those, we get 5 bits for every vote. It's actually a really great way for us to earn a little extra, and that way you don't have to watch some shitty trailer. It's just a poll that we get to take. Did my order get filled? It did not. What do I want to do here? What do you think, boys? What do I want to do here? What do I want to do here? Is CLOV going back to 880? We're past that 1030 volume. 875 has 6K. 880 isn't really a wall. I guess I go 878 and see if I can get a fill. Yeah, okay, it filled. And then I want to buy. Want to buy about 5 grand CLOV. So that'd be like 2,500 shares. No, 250 shares. Okay, that filled. Great. Okay, so now I need to update this that I am out of CLOV. You got a DoorDash ad? Weird. The rest of us got Mortal Kombat vote. Very weird. Oh, I'm definitely adding this one. Feels Batman. I did it wrong. Feels Batman. Damn it. Still not updated. Ooh, Pringles out in the UK. Okay, so I mean, I actually am feeling really good about that CLOV position then. So I exited for a gain instead of a loss on CLOV. Took a couple $100. I cleared my margin by getting out of Zom. I now have 12, almost 13 grand in CLOV warrants, which if those go to, I imagine they move up to strike. Can we look up past warrants redemption? Is there a way to look up, or are there SPACs that are currently open that are past their strike? I wonder. What was that? PTSH, right? That's the Ackman SPAC.
Beats me. The warrants is still relatively new to me.
Let's play the warrant game, ladies and gentlemen. Let's play the warrant game. Let's find a warrant that is in strike and see where its price point is. Maybe a Google search. Most valuable warrants. List of stock warrants. Okay, here we go. Issuer last close price is what I want to sort this by. Okay, Chesapeake Energy Class A warrants.
Ugh. Chesapeake. Ugh.
$45 was the last close price on them.
Chesapeake's absolute shit.
eCall W, Blink W, 34.24. Can you look up the terms of the Blink warrants?
February 16th, 2023, $4.25.
And where's Blink right now?
Calls. $31. Or sorry, this warrant is $31. Blink is at Blink is at 35. So 425 minus 35.
So that went 800 times.
When the
Glad
warrants came out.
Glad I got out of CLOV when I did.
The warrants came out, they were at 360 something back in.
I don't know why I'm using StockTwits. I've got a freaking brokerage. It's just duh. Okay, Blink W. Go back a year. Go back 2 years. Go back 5 years. Furthest date I have back is 2016. They came out February. Oh no, 2018. February 16th. 2018 is when the warrants came out. You could have got them originally at 50 cents. They've gone as high as $60. Oh man, is this what I'm going to start trading now, or these warrants? Find things with imminent catalysts and trade the warrants? The average on my warrants is 237. I mean, because daily there are warrants in here that are going up 12, 13%, right? Open door. Ooh, OPEN has warrants too. ACAC warrants. ACAC. What was that? We've looked at ACAC before, right? Tezzy, I do have CLOV. I just have their warrants instead of the common shares. I got out of CLOV for an $800 gain or $700 gain at 878 before it dropped back down here. But I am in warrants now. I moved that money directly into warrants, and I exited half of my Zomedica position to get into warrants as well. So I'm pretty heavily into CLOV. Right now, the warrants represent 23% of my portfolio. Warrants, they're not a derivative, right? It's another financial instrument. So you can buy on a stock. You can potentially buy common shares, preferred shares. Then you have options, warrants, and units. Yeah, they're options issued directly by the company instead of by an exchange. So
Oh, that reminds me.
They come with a time and a strike, and they're priced on the market and traded like equity, but there are no options available on them because they are then of themselves an option. Now, this is one of the things that the SEC is looking to lock down on with SPACs, but any existing warrants on the field aren't going to be affected by that. They'll be grandfathered past that. So this warrant play may go away, but we'll see. Wang, aside from the short interest, that's not really the biggest play on CLOV for me. The big play on CLOV for me is this narrative that's out there that they don't make revenue as a company. I think that's possibly the greatest potential on CLOV is you go somewhere like here, and I've had a few people actually throw this at me over the past couple days of like, look, they have no revenue. See, I went to Yahoo Finance, this free tool, and it said they had no revenue. Okay, great. So like, let's actually look at that. Let's evaluate that. Do they have no? Yeah, warrants can only be sold directly by the company. Do they have no revenue? Well, let's take a look. So their annual report, their 10K, is going to concur with that because there was no revenue line on that. So where we have to look is there any other SEC filings that have come in to show that they have had any revenue? Now, here's an interesting title: Clover Health misses on revenue. Clover Health has a Q4 net loss of $81 million. Their revenue of $166 million. Oh, they did have a revenue. Then why isn't it in their 10K? Because the 10K was for last year. This is just not in that. There wasn't a line for it. But what it does say is that there's 32,000 people under Clover with a 43% increase year over year. We know that Clover has just been granted access to 10 more states, which is a big deal. 10 more states worth of people. Let's find the news on that. Okay, recent news. So we've got this. We've got this. We've got this. We go here. Got this. we got this. Okay, so let's break this stuff down here. Dimitrios Kouzakis, former director of the Center for Medicare and principal deputy administrator of CMS, joins Clover Health's board. So this is a guy with Medicare Medicaid ties, who is now directly on the Clover Health board. William Robinson, president of Broadgate Human Capital and former HR executive at General Electric, joins Clover. Clover Health, Mass General and ACP Decisions Research Team secures grant from National Institute of Health for innovative approach to planning. So government money. They got access to government money. What else we got? Clover Health launched Medicare Advantage plans in partnership with Walmart. So this was as of October of last year, but this is in Walmart. You can get Clover Health. Coverage on those plans started January 1st. And then last but not least, we've got, yikes, we've messed up that article. This article is from April 9th. Clover Health has been chosen by the Centers for Medicare and Medicare Services, CMS, to participate in direct contracting across 10 states. News is not surprising. The program's official launch is positive for the company. Buy rating is there. 10 states implies that the model is resonating with physicians across the country and adds some credibility to the forecasts. Come in. No. I don't see what the 10 states are, though. Warrants are like options with an IV and theta. Yeah, there's no Greeks on them. Warrants seem to just fluctuate with stock price. It's almost like options for idiots, which is perfect for me. Okay, Clover Health is direct contracting entities participating in performance year 2021 of the global and professional direct contracting model. Center for Medicare and Medicaid is excited to announce that 53 direct contracting entities are participating in the performance year of the global blah, blah, blah. Clover Health is operating in Arizona, Georgia, KS, that's Kansas, New Jersey, New York, Philadelphia, Rhode Island, South Carolina, Texas, Vermont. So those are the big three that I want to see. It's a shame that California isn't on here, but in my opinion, New Jersey, New York, Pennsylvania, and Texas are really solid states to be having that in. There's good money there. Strike date of close 2025, April 2025, and it has to be past $11. So yeah. We won't know until their earnings. But again, me taking these warrants gives me lots of time on that. 11 is in the money. Anything past 11 is in the money. You don't count the buy price of the warrant? No, the warrant, where the warrant goes off of it hitting strike, who knows? I suspect if with 4 years on the clock, it hits strike, it surpasses strike. Let's say after earnings, it goes to 15. let's say, right? Let's say it goes to 15. I don't know what that does to CLOV warrants. Is it only going to go to 11? Is it going to go to the 1-to-1 value? Or is it going to go beyond that because you've got so much time for this to appreciate still? We'll see. As well, depending on what they come out with in earnings, if they have a gangbuster earnings that shows that the short interest is a bit of a joke, the warrants don't expire. Well, I assume that they expire at the date of expiry, which is 2025. But for me to have an average of 237 on these, if they go to 11, that's 400% on this, right? So if they go beyond that, then they go beyond that. The only food for thought is that warrants have lower volume, so it's hard to exit if you don't plan to exercise those warrants. That's true. I do also have the option to just exercise and then exit, which is there for me as well. So I can't really sell 5,000 warrants at once. Mm. I think just like anything, if there's a massive price movement on it, you're going to see volume on the warrants pick up. If I look at the scanner for today on warrants that are moving to see what the volume is on them, some of these warrants. Yeah, it's all pretty low level, actually. I mean, there's 500,000 in a day. If I look at CLOV W, yeah, 5,000 warrants is not a large holding to get rid of. We're not talking 20,000 or 50,000. Yeah, it'll be a trickle out for sure. It'll be like an iceberg order that you put out, and I just slowly exit at 1,000 at a time. But looking at the buys and sells on this right now, every minute there's 400, 100, 500 being purchased. That's on a day when there's relatively low volume. Sub 500,000 volume on the warrants right now. I don't think I'm going to have an issue getting rid of 5,000 warrants over the next couple of months. Should that be the case, but I'm really glad I got out when I did. That 878 wasn't a terrible exit on Clover. Now that it's back down to 858. Not half bad.
you get this email earlier today, Millennial?
From who?
Margin increase warning from Interactive Brokers.
I'm on a cash
Apparently,
account.
I'm on a well, I was on a cash, but I don't know why they put me over to a margin. But it says affected products BTWN. I'm like, I don't even have that much, and this is all cash. Like, what?
Yeah, as far as I know, I am on a cash account, so I'm just gonna open it up here to see if I do have a warning of any kind. I can't imagine that I do.
You just stream all day now? They say yep.
This week. This week I am. Next week I can, but this week I am. With the new SEC rules and all that jazz. Yeah, I'm doing that.
Hey, you missed yesterday's shit-eating grin, which was a
Yeah,
shit-eating frown.
I didn't need it after the shit show I took from Peach yesterday.
From what?
Peach, you know they make those purple phones.
No.
Yeah, they're that company that's not Android that makes all the phones that I shit all over.
Why are we not speaking their name?
Because I refuse to give them another second of advertising for free because they're a bunch of assholes. So Peach they are. Enjoy that 5 minutes of copyright.
Now I know why I can never find recordings of their investor
Right?
talks.
Got to go directly to their site. Who hurt me?
No,
Let
they
me.
refuse to archive it and put it up either. They won't put it up. You know that, right?
I
The
do now.
presentations.
I also know I don't care. Back the blue. Confirm Gupta. Let's confirm Gupta. This is a new trend. I haven't seen this one before.
Yeah, but I wasn't talking about Peach. I was talking about Netflix.
Oh, yeah, I know. Netflix. I'm shocked. Shitting Rin saying it's not our fault. It's that there's no content. Yeah, well, I mean, Martini and I were talking about there being a content drought. Redemption was there too. We were talking about this uh we were talking about this in what, February, that there was going to be a clear content drought, that people aren't going to be able to have access to the content like we have in the past. Like, who cares? You didn't see this coming. You don't think that there's, if anything, it's a nice, sexy buy the dip on Netflix, in my opinion. Not advocating a purchase of any kind of security, but for Netflix to go down on adding people. Guys, at some point, Netflix memberships are going to reach a taper point because everybody's going to have it. But the fact that their churn is not what we're talking about, and content drought is what we're talking about, is a bit of a joke, really, because new content's really easy to make up once things start to open up. There's a whole fresh pipeline of content coming your way, which is exactly what they announced. And if I was them, I'd be doing that same thing. I'd sit in that call with a shit-eating grin and go, "Yeah, we see the share price. Didn't you just hear us? We have everything that you want coming down the pipeline." And just like Disney Plus, as those new things hit, you're going to see membership come back, and then it'll go away again for a bit, and then it'll come back, and then it'll go away, and it's going to be this constant ebb and flow between platforms. Oh, is the new episode of or is the new season of whatever the next Star Wars or Avengers TV series out. Oh, look, Disney Plus membership is up. Oh, the next Witcher series is out on Netflix. Shocker. Look, Netflix signups are up. For me, it's if you're a Netflix player, you're somebody that plays Netflix. It's a buy the dip, in my opinion. Buy the effing dip. But stock price bad. Jim Cramer say bad. Okay. What I'm having a hard time doing is finding how seriously the SEC is actually going to enforce this new regulation tomorrow. They've had 4 months to prep for it, and it goes into effect tomorrow. I'm just wondering if they're looking to make an example of somebody tomorrow morning when the rule goes into effect. I imagine they would, right?
What's the rule?
This broker-dealer thing that's going into effect where they've got to have capital.
Yeah, this is gonna be interesting. I still don't get it. Like, does it affect individual people where they can't do margining? I mean, I'm gonna have to read it again. I don't even get it, to be honest.
My read on it is that it says the broker dealer themselves, for every share that they borrow from traders on their platform, so anytime they borrow, they have to have capital in a secondary account to cover all of those shares that they are borrowing from people holding the stock. Which for bigger guys that are managing assets in the trillions, I don't think it's going to be a huge deal because they've got the capital to cover that. But for guys like Robinhood, who already have liquidity problems, for them to have a second party managed funds that has to stay in an account to cover anything that they're borrowing, I think that's going to be a big problem for them. I don't know that they're going to have that capital to cover. They barely have capital to operate day to day. An additional capital requirement is a bit of a wrench in the works.
Well, that's what I don't understand. Like, why aren't they announcing that they have to not they can't margin out then that heavily. You know what I mean?
Yep.
So why aren't they announcing that? I mean, if they know that rules, these big brokers, they have people who watch this shit constantly. You know what I mean? Like,
Yep. And I think that they're just
I'm sure
prepped
they
for
got
it.
a letter.
Yeah, I'm sure they are prepped and ready to go for it. But latest news that we have from Robinhood is positive press around Doji, that they're celebrating Doji's performance. But again, guys, you'll remember it was just last week that Robinhood was unable to they did not have the necessary liquidity to cover all of the trades that were happening on Doji. And so they had downtime. Yeah, here, April 16th. Update. April 16th. Let's go to the start of the thread. It looks like 15th. Some customers may have seen executed crypto orders displays pending for an extended period of time. We were experiencing delay in order status updates. This is now resolved. Check your app for information. Update. Crypto trading. We are currently experiencing issues with crypto trading. We're working to resolve this as soon as possible. For the latest updates, check here. Crypto trading has been partially restored. We're working to restore blah, 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 blah. Crypto trading has been restored. We're currently experiencing issues with crypto trading. April 16th now, so it's 2 days straight that they had issues with this. They're just not built for it. They're not. They don't have it. And to add an additional margin or an additional capital requirement that isn't money that they're free to play with. That money just has to sit in the account to be there. We know that Robinhood is borrowing shares from their accounts, right? They're retail traders. They're borrowing those shares. So I just don't see how they have the capital on hand for this. I think tomorrow is going to be a bit of a shit show if the SEC is actually going to enforce this, which is the bigger question that I have is how seriously, given that they announced this in October and given them 6 months to prep for it, what do we see happen? Can't they just use Melvin? It can't be credit. It has to be cash. It can't be a line of credit. It has to be cash, which is a really interesting tweak on the rule. You can't just take out a new line of credit. It has to be cash in that second account. I don't know. I mean, who knows how much Robinhood is up to their neck. But I can't imagine that they have additional capital at that level. John Kennedy is trending. Republican Senator John Kennedy asked Stacey Abrams to give him a list of provisions in Georgia's new voter suppression law that she objects to. It's a long list. And then people calling him a KKK member. I don't necessarily want to listen to all of that. Meanwhile, guys, in the Supreme Court thing, we are in that process that if they speedline the current commission that is being put into place for this, the Supreme Court could get 13 seats instead of the 9 that we've operated on forever. It is a commission now. They're just investigating whether or not that would be of value. Obviously, the risk to them taking more time is they lose all 3 bodies of the government. They either lose the House or the Senate back to the Republicans on the midterm elections, in which case we see 13 seats. And if the Dems aren't able to get the bill passed to expand the Senate, nothing happens. Which leaves us with a Republican-ruled Senate into the next elections, which, I mean, now we're 4 years out from here, but the commission is not necessarily the greatest news for that. But isn't Robinhood issuing stock to get more capital? Yeah, sure. If they drop their IPO before tomorrow to get that cash, but I don't think they're dropping their IPO before tomorrow. I'm shocked that they're still going IPO.
Sorry, who? That who's going IPO, Millennial?
Robinhood's going IPO. Yeah, no, sorry guys. This new fasting window, this 4-hour fasting window that I have now, where it's like I don't eat until dinner now. The water just goes right through you. There's nothing to stop it. So that I'm drinking the same
Wait,
amount of
wait, wait,
water.
wait. Are you complaining about peeing? Do you know that
No,
I fucking
no. I'm
pee
apologizing that I just
arduously?
up and leave. I'm
Yeah,
apologizing to the
you should
stream.
be
That I
sorry.
just stand up and leave.
Yeah,
Oh,
you
what's
should be
this?
sorry.
Yeah, I am. Asked a question and I couldn't answer you because I was in the washroom. Rita is the Yellow Queen. I don't know that that's a title she wants spread around, guys. Queen P, huh? SpaceX and NASA are targeting a Friday, April 23rd launch. So, does that mean we see space go up again? Yay! Space go up again. We go again. Let's see here. Let's get rid of.
You're so lame. Go
Huh?
ahead, say we go again.
We go again.
Yeah, you're too old for it.
We go again. Listen here, old timer. Telling me the ways of the world. Space is at $20. Space, we go again. Space to 40, boys. Kathy Woods, she knew. She knew. The Attorney General, Merrick Garland is announcing a federal probe into policing practices in Minneapolis, seeing whether the department has a pattern or practice of discriminatory policing. He's going after the entire police force, ladies and gents. I wonder how many cops you see just walking off the force. This will be interesting. For those of you that were looking for a career in policing, I think there will be some job openings shortly.
I was looking for private military companies. Like, I was wondering if Blackwater was traded, but it's not. Sag.
Yeah, guys, what I'm saying is I don't foresee those that are the problem necessarily leaving. I see officers that do a good job, just tired of constantly being berated, even though they are doing a good job. So they just are like, fuck it, I'll go work security for free, or for more pay in the private sector than I will taking shit for being a cop, and then eventually get paid by the city to do the same job. Just I don't have to eat the giant turd burger that is the current press attack on all police everywhere. I am not negating that there are some police out there that are not doing good things. I'm right there. There are some bad cops out there. But for the good cops out there, you want to get them to walk away from their job real quick, alienate them, pressure them, and call them dog shit for doing a good job. That'll go real well. People love to show up back at work for that every day. Even further, the new requirements are you need to put yourself in serious risk. Personal safety has to just be sacrificed completely for the sake of doing your job properly. So if somebody's got a knife, don't pull your gun. Fight with a knife. Oh, did they stab you in an artery? Well, that's too bad. At least you didn't pull your gun and shoot them. Like it's getting to the point where officers are just going to walk off. They're not going to do it. If they can't assure themselves, it's already a dangerous job, but you ramp the difficulty level to extra hard for the sake of posterity, people are going to walk off. They don't want to get shot and die for no reason. Feed me that protect and serve thing. We were long for that. The nobility of protect and serve when you're labeled the bad guy because you wear the uniform. The head of derivatives from Royal Bank of Canada says the VIX is a head fake. We're going to see more elevated VIX levels inbound. Martini, a lot of that comes from what you see in the past, both in global financial crisis and back to the internet bubble. This is the first time I'm hearing this.
What are you talking about?
The months that you have railed on, this is just like the .com bubble bullshit. We've seen this all before. Here's the RBC head of derivatives saying, yeah, the VIX is going to go back up, and this is just like the .com bubble. Jeez, I wish somebody had told me sooner. Shout out, though, because this lady probably takes a ton of shit. For her to be in the Canadian banking industry, you guys think that there's a glass ceiling in the US industry? There are even fewer banking jobs in Canada. So for a woman to be the head of anything in a financial institution in Canada, props to her. She's not wrong. I'm not saying she's wrong. I'm just saying Martini was right first.
That's really easy. I mean, you can just go look at the VIX term structure. I mean, we don't get 3 signals, 5 signals fucking all day long on that thing. Now, the confusing thing is COVID was there, but it was happening before COVID. I mean, the markets were going crazy before COVID came and hit.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. All I do is I go to that fucking, I just go to research papers I read and say, okay, they say blah. All right, well, guess that's what it is. Just that easy, but no, there's a secret. Apparently we have to make a big deal about it because I don't know, it's just so whack.
Yeah, Nebuchadnezzar, they can't wear full plate armor and Kevlar because then people decry the fact that we're doing this negligent police spending into military gear for police. If you're going to make the rule that they can never draw their weapon unless they've already been fired on, then fine. Yeah, I'm for that. Let's give them full suits of armor to wear. They can be like knights walking in the street with Kevlar and armor all day, every day. And they'll never draw their weapon until they take a bullet or somebody else takes a bullet. But then people will be yelling at the police because they didn't draw their gun fast enough and innocent bystanders were shot. Why didn't you do something? It's a no-win. There's no winning solution for it.
Well, because people think, I mean, there's just probabilities of these things. There's gonna be mistakes. There's gonna be, I don't know. I think it's like unreasonable to think. But is there, I don't, I don't know about policing, but it feels like there's a culture of letting extreme, I don't know. It's too extreme violations. I don't know. Every interaction I've had with cops are similar in that the protesters complain about. So, I don't know.
I think what we saw with Floyd, where a lot of cops got on the stand and went, "Yep, what he did was fucking wrong." I think that's what needs to start happening more and more. And I do applaud the police officers that got up there and went, "There is no way, as an officer on the force who's been around for more than 6 weeks, that knows that you had sufficient control of the situation with 3 cops watching and you having your knee on the back of his head. Like you there's no reason for you to be on his neck for 9 minutes. At some point you would have felt that force has given up and you could have removed your knee from the back of his head. So
Yeah, but then why did, I mean, there were 2 other police officers there
3.
that, sorry, 3, um that could have said something. You know
Right,
what
which
I
is why
mean?
they are also screwed. So those 3 guys are next. That's next up on the docket for court cases. All of them are being charged with murder, I think. And I imagine most of them will go away. And I mean, they weren't all white officers. There was an Asian in the group. So I mean, that's kind of what they're leaning on. Like, it's not a race thing; it's a cop thing. It's not just white cops that do this kind of thing. I don't know that that is even an important conversation to be having of it's racially. I think just getting rid of that and saying you can't put a knee on the back of somebody's neck for 9 minutes and not expect a fallout from that is generally a best practice to apply across the police force as a whole. And there are just outdated policies. The gag bag in New York that we saw last year, for those of you that aren't familiar with that, right? The gag bag in New York was terrible. The gag bag is still standard policy. That if you're dealing with somebody who's mentally unstable, you are to apply that gag bag. And it's unfortunate that the man suffocated as a result of that, but that's still the practice in New York. They use that gag bag on mentally unstable arrests because you don't know if they're going to spit at you or bite you or whatever else, right? So it's crazy.
But I think what's here at issue is that someone who speaks out um isn't given any credence, and I think that's why this happened. I mean, there was a case in California where a cop basically complained against his fellow officer. He ended up getting uh he ended up basically getting fired from the police force. It was found out later that he did have a case, but the entire police force turned against him. He was basically unemployable by even like any kind of civil servant job because he applied for that as well. And because of the way he was fired, he couldn't get benefits either. Then he ended up going crazy and and doing mass
Shooting
shootings
cops.
and going after, oh my god, I was like, what? This is
Yeah,
so
that's the Dave
insane.
Chappelle guys. If you haven't heard the Dave Chappelle comedy sketch, he does that whole breakdown of that story for you.
But that just shows the culture. Do you know what I mean? Like, you can't, even if somebody's doing something wrong, you can't snitch. Do you know what I mean?
Yep. Yeah, which is why, again, guys, I applaud what happened with the George Floyd, where you had police officers coming out and saying this was wrong. Um, to make the point on that. But there are other ones coming up, guys, that we're going to see that are going to be high profile. The other 3 police officers, it'll be interesting to see what the penalty is in a courtroom. One of the big issues with this is not only Maxine Waters, but now Biden with his press conference today saying it was very clear that this is against the law and that this was a crime from go. In my opinion, he has just screwed the case against the next 3 officers because it's guilt by association, and the president has deemed from on high at a press conference that it's obvious that they're all guilty, which allows their lawyers to come in and just say, you biased this case so strongly by having the U.S. president offer commentary on it. Well, he wasn't directly speaking to the 3 officers that were standing alongside, and he was speaking specifically to Chauvin. You can't. The defense is easily going to be able to argue that any juror is going to be biased based off of Biden's press conference. There was another issue this morning with the young lady who was unfortunately shot yesterday in Columbus. And the governor of New Jersey is out there making press conferences saying this is clearly guilty, this is clearly wrong. Like, if you are part of the legislative branch of the government, you need to shut up and let the judicial branch do its job. Stop offering your commentary, insight, and thoughts on it. Let the juries decide. Let the judges do their damn job. That's their job. Your job is policy. So create policy that fixes the problem, but do not speak to judicial issues if you are not in the judicial branch. It screws things up.
Shock horror. A U.S. president that doesn't believe in innocent before guilty? Weird.
Unless it's a politician, and then we need to all step back and calm down. Herlock Sholmes is trending. Oh, this is the latest Ace Attorney game. It has Herlock Sholmes as one of the characters. That's funny. Funny. Okay, top U.S. Senator says Peach is in trouble for antitrust because of their tags. Peach announced on Tuesday that it would begin selling tags. This is what I was talking about this morning, guys, that the competitor for the tag industry is speaking to the antitrust committee in the next couple of days on that. Let's get this bread. Rye bread. Watching home, I'm not going to go as far to say that. I almost think that you'd see more high profile on it, or at least more money thrown at it to ensure that those cops were punished. So I'm not going to go out there and say that. Use of vaccine passports could discriminate against people from the Americas because of limited vaccine rollout. Interesting. Putin warned the West not to cross Russia's red line in their actions. His annual State of the Nation address took place amid a crackdown on protests supporting opposition to Navalny. There's a whole bunch of people on the planet that make the list of I don't want to F with them. Putin's on the top of that list. Dude rides bears and has black belts and is 5-head chess playing the world. I just not a guy that I want to be playing against.
I'll just play chess against you.
Okay, that works. I'm a basic bitch. You'd win chess no problem. Checkers. I don't even play checkers. I play fucking tiddlywinks. You know the one where you drop the ball and try to grab as many things as you can? That's about as much as I can muster.
Who says tiddlywinks? Who tiddlywinks? Somebody, what the?
Isn't that what they're called? Pretty sure that's what they're called. Yeah, tiddlywinks. Jax. Ah, it's called Jax. Tiddlywinks is another game.
Yeah, exactly. Weird.
Tiddlywinks.
It's like
Those are what I was talking about.
it's like
Jax.
it would be like
Tiddlywinks is a
like
thing, though.
going to
Tiddlywinks is a thing.
rock climbing with some ropes and saying we're gonna go play hide the sausage.
How do you play that game?
Well, you know, the birds and the bees.
Wait, there's birds and bees involved in sausage? Is it a bird and bee sausage? It's kind of weird. To like a duck sausage with honey? I don't understand, Martini. Can you explain this game to me in detail? Yeah, I've got snow here too. I'm looking out my window at snow. Pretty happy about that. April 21st. Ugh. Putin is 69 years old, and I still wouldn't take a swing at the man.
Okay, I'm
Yeah.
gonna go make my complicated breakfast. I'll see you later.
Have fun.
Are you gonna be around all day?
Yeah, I'm going to be around until market close, and then I'm going to piss off and make dinner for the fam.
Okay. I'll be back. I'm gonna eat
Later.
and then record a Netflix thing, so we'll see how that goes. Bye.
Later. All right, guys. Clover warrants are up on the day. Spy is up. Lordstown is up. Zemetica is up. SNDL is up. Clover, however, is 846. So I am pretty happy that I got out at that 878 line on that. Interesting that the warrants are up, but the warrants are up, but the stock is down. Yes, you have to include a GIF with every post. That's just how she goes.
Market data connection lost. Market data connection re-established.
Gonna drop the Apollo Creed on that one, I think. Top 30 stocks trending across all analysts. Dogecoin, 10.3%. The biggest slice of the pie is CLOV. Does that bother anyone else that the Doji coin is the number 2 on this chart? Here's Doji here. I'll go to it for you. Doji. This is Doji. Sorry, I should say. High of 32, low of. This is just on the minute though. Let's change this to a week. So 3 cents January 25th, as high as 50. And there's all kinds of trash, guys. There's lots of trash out there. Poo Coin was trending today. Let's see. Top risers. Does Poo Coin show up in here? Poo Coin. Cryptos. Yeah, this has Litecoin, Ethereum, Bitcoin, Ripple. How's Ripple doing? Ripple USD. I mean, not bad. It's recovering pretty well. DAP, DAPP. Let's take a look. ETF. Not ETFs. You know how I feel about ETFs. What is this? Van Eck Vector's Digital Transformation. Public equity markets of global region invest in stock of companies operating across digital transformation companies, including companies that operate digital asset exchanges, operate payment gateways. So this is like a collection of Square, PayPal, Payoneer, Coin, all of those, right? That's what we're looking at. Because it's not specifically crypto, it's digital asset exchanges as well as payment gateways. And then miners as well, Riot, Mara. It's $30 right now. Let's go to the max. Is this fairly new? Yeah, this opened up April 14th and it's declined since. I'd wait for this to come down a bit. In my personal opinion. I think that's got more room to fall before it goes. And again, why not just get Mara? Like, what's wrong with Mara? How's Mara doing? Mara's at 34. Because concentration risk is a thing. You want more spread? I still can't trade ARB. I still can't trade it on my brokerage. I don't know what the deal is. I could probably trade it if I called them, but I'm just not that eager to trade it, is all. I'd rather just buy Ethereum fractionals on Ethereum, I think, at this point. Clover back up to 852, guys.
God, this is such a stupid narrative. This is in regards to the Ohio shooting with the body cam and the other footage and stuff like that. Whether you argue she was defending or attacking, the point is you do not need to shoot someone 4 times and kill them in order to disarm them. How many stories are there out there that like where people have sustained multiple gunshot wounds and continued? It's not like he fucking mag dumped her, but
That's on my pay grade. I cannot say if I was that officer in that position what I would do, so I'm not gonna.
no, it's this idiotic notion that like they are ace shots, that they can shoot the knife out of their hands, or one bullet is all it takes to stop them in their tracks, even if they're not shooting at a fatal point, like one bullet is enough to stop them. Like, there's not a fucking video game. Like, you shoot someone in a non-fatal spot, they can still move.
Yeah, I'm just of the mind, guys, that I don't know. I don't know. In a situation with violence and handguns and knives and people screaming and yelling and the adrenaline and whatever else, I don't know what I would do. So I'm not going to comment on it as to whether or not that's there or not. The arguments of he should have done this or I would have done that, I think those hold little to no water. I haven't been there, haven't dealt with it, haven't been in that situation. I'm not going to speak to it. I'll let the jury decide. Outside my pay grade. In other news, how about that local sporting team? Yeah. DApp doesn't hold crypto proper. It holds the exchanges. It holds payment gateways. So you're gonna see things like what's up, Ogman. You're gonna see things like Riot, Mara, SOS. You're gonna see Ebon. You're gonna see things like Square, PayPal, Payoneer, or FTOC. You're gonna see things like Nvidia, AMD. Anybody that's using those cards. You're gonna see. Maybe semiconductors in there. I'm just ballparking. You guys can probably access what's in DApp, but CLOV 850. No, it won't have CLOV. It's a training issue. 4 to 6 months so you can get a gun, qualified immunity. It's harder to get a haircutting license than a badge and a gun. Again, I don't know about that. Outside my pay grade. I will say it's unfortunate anytime anybody gets shot, unless they're a criminal killing people, and then I'm okay with it. Awesome. Oh, nice. You guys get to hang out. That'll be fun. You want to say hi?
No.
For all of you that don't know, it's Mrs. Millennial. She's the wife that bought me this freaking awesome t-shirt. They loved it.
Love you.
Love ya. Bye. Guys, if you don't have one of those, a smoking hot wife, I highly recommend them. Really big fan. That's not financial advice. That is life advice, though. Get yourself a smoking hot wife. Redemption, I'm looking at you. Is he here?
Yeah. Have you seen the women out there today?
No, I married mine long ago.
Yeah. Can't get past anything. You can't really get past saying hi without them to asking about your politics or any other like touchy subject nowadays, and not the good kind of touch.
You download them from the internet. Yeah, you can just print them off. It's called a paywall. I don't know. My wife took me when I was broke and working at McDonald's full time. She saw a future investment. Maybe she's the real genius in the family. She knew all she had to do was wait a little while and she would have a paid off house and nice family, and she's the real genius. We both wanted one kid. There was no 8 kids in planning. Nobody planned for 8 kids. It require insanity. Let's head over to Reuters, see what's going on in the world. No, we've actually had 9 guys. We had one pass away. I don't think that there's any more kids in us at 8. We've got a 16-year-old now. Like we're coming to the end of our parenting journey. My baby's almost 2 now. Virus concerns keep oil in check. I think gold is a commodity, by the way. Redemption. We were talking
Yeah,
briefly about
no,
commodities.
that's
Yeah.
what I was suspecting because like my miner has actually been shooting up like very slowly, but it's under the radar because it's not like all these other exciting ones.
Take a look at GSS.
I don't need to. I'm looking. I still have my gold position from earlier in the year. I
I'm just
see it
saying.
recovering.
I'm just saying. Take a look at GSS.
Give me a second. Jesus. It's quite a, like I said, very subtle.
All I'm saying is, if you go back to the peak, the heyday of gold, GSS was $16 a share. It's currently sitting at 3. All I'm saying. I'm not advocating people buy a position. I'm just saying it's whispers and farts in the wind. What are you in that is so green? It's not me, Ben. I'm not so green. I'm green on ZOM and I'm green on SNDL. I'm up 700 today, 750 today, so that's not bad. I'll take that over being red. I I'm really glad that I averaged down on my CLOV warrants, though. Oh, Frico Rico. Bum, 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 bum. Have I averaged down on Zom? No, I closed my position, half of my position, though. Ogman, I halved my position on Zemetica and moved it into Clover warrants. And then I closed my Clover equity for a gain and moved that into Clover warrants. Actually, looking at my portfolio now, I'm feeling a lot better. I mean, obviously, taking a 15K loss doesn't make you feel a lot better, but taking a 15K loss in order to level it out. Right now, I've got FTOC is 42% of the portfolio. Zemetica is 16.5%. SNDL is 17.5%. My Clover warrants are 23%. And realistically, the growth on this SNDL, I still think has the possibility, depending on what they acquire, to do quite well. CLOV warrants, I am suspecting, will head very high very fast, and I can just hold those. It'd be great to see CLOV run past analyst estimate into the 20s, because then that'll take CLOV W with it. If it goes into the 20s, I'll 10x and I'll make 100 grand on that play. So that wouldn't be terrible. Yeah, CLOV W is ESOL. I am looking at CLOV at 860 right now. Thanks, man. Appreciate that. Yukon Gold. Yeah, no, I'm not. Guys, Canadian miners drive me nuts. Canadian miners are a dime a dozen. I really do try to stay out of Canada if I can. The only Canadian stock that I am actively holding is SHG. Can I talk about the CLOV thesis? I think somebody actually clipped. It's in the clips. My CLOV thesis is all there and broken down for you. Isn't SNDL a Canadian company? It is, yeah. But I don't own it on the TSX. I own it in the US equity. I own it on US markets and exchanges. So SHG I can't hold on the TSX. I hold it in SHG on the TSX. If you want it in the US, it would be SHGFF. LAC would be the only miner I look at. And that is a Canadian miner, but I can buy them on the US markets. Does that make a difference? Canadian US markets? Absolutely it does. The volume alone. Average volume on a Canadian stock is a joke. Sorry, where is it? If you go to the Twitch clips. Can anybody... I'll do it. I'll do it. I'm sure it's in... Here. We're going to do Inception for a moment here, I think, folks. Here. If I go here and I go to where is it? Where are the videos? Where do I see the videos? It's because I'm live, you can't see it. There's a link further up. Let me go up and find it for you. It won't let me. It's too far up in the chat. Why are we watching SNDL? I'm waiting for PR. I want to know where they're spending their 700 mil. Okay, let me do it this way. Content, clips. No, that's not the one. Clips of my channel. This one. Why Millennial is bullish on CLOV. This is the one. Share. Hey, voila. All right, drain the snake, get some water. Again, guys, for any of you that have never tried intermittent fasting before, the best thing that I can recommend for you during your fasting cycle is lots and lots of water. Makes you feel full without you actually being full. Just got news from Google about an update to taxes. Tax changes to your AdSense account. Lame. You have to be careful. Green tea. There are certain things that will break your fast. Does tea break a fast? Okay, so tea like coffee. I know that you can have black coffee without anything in it and it won't break the fast, but apparently that is the same for tea as well. So I prefer black coffee, but tea is there. Yeah, no milk or sugar though, guys. You can't put anything in it. So I do black coffee and water, but tea would work as well. If you prefer tea. Tea is too light for me. I need something that's got a kick to it. Even strong black teas don't do it for me. Highly caffeinated teas do not do the job. Gotta be a coffee. Gotta be a coffee. Give me that. Oh, international? Nope. Excuse me. $12 U.S. states are urging Biden to back out, phasing out gas-powered vehicle sales by 2035. Can you imagine by 2035? Crazy. My fasting schedule, I've just changed it. It used to be my eating window was 11 to 7. I've changed it again, seeing as last week I didn't meet my weight loss goal. So what I am looking to do is change it to a single meal. So my window will be from 5 until 7. So 22 off, 2 on will be the new fasting schedule. This is not going to be a permanent thing, this all day thing. Oh yeah, the 12 states are all Dem states for sure. You don't have any backing. Connecticut, Hawaii, Maine, New Jersey, New Mexico, Oregon, Washington State, Rhode Island. I'm surprised California is not on there. You know who's never going to be on board with that? Alaska. Chauvin likely to appeal. He's got up to 60 days to announce an appeal. Neo-Nazi leader arrested in Arizona for aggravated assault. For pointing a gun at a black man and threatening to kill him. Put trash on the car of the African Americans, used racial slurs. Brought his semi-automatic pistol into a low ready position, but the black individual said he aimed it at them and threatened to kill them. The witness said she had seen collusion pointing the gun at the men. None of the parties knew one another. Suspect arrested after fatal shooting at the New York market. I don't want to pay for the full story. Yeah, if you come for Alaska's cars or guns, they're just going to ignore you. Okay, so it is the African American guy that they were targeting before. White House says U.S. will set a large cap soon for refugees. We are into lunch now, guys. Clover back up to 872. So that post that I had earlier laying out exactly how I see the stock price movement on this every single day, where it's volume at the start, comes down, and then around 10:30 we see a little bit of a buy up, and then we see nothing until algos take over from 11:30 till 12:30, then it goes back up, and then it'll decline down into the power hour, and then it'll go up again. Duplicate messages can't be posted. Why is it a duplicate message? I'm confused. 880. No, Luciana. No, I closed out half of my Zemetica shares. Half. I closed out all of my Clover shares and half of my Zomedica shares and moved that all into the Clover warrants. I've got a 237 average on those Clover warrants. It is interesting to see there's like a 15-minute delay. On the warrants. Oh, big old green candle. 885. Uptick rules in effect all day, boys. So as this gains upward momentum, shorts don't really have anything on it. You can flat sell a position, but you cannot. Can they? Sorry, redemption SSR. Are you there?
Yeah.
Uptick rule. They can uptick at the point of uptick, right? So anything above where it was uptick, they can short.
Yep.
Okay, so the uptick was 876, I believe. 867. One of the two. They can short it down to that point, but not below that point.
Yep.
And I'm not sure. Let's go to Fintel and see if that has any shares available. There were 500 shares available for shorting earlier today. I'm not sure if that has since changed. So let's take a look. 867. Yeah, sometimes I go to Lexicon and I get the numbers backwards, but I think you're right. I think it's 867. It still says that there's 900,000 shares available here as of 3 minutes ago. There are shares to short should people decide to at this level. Mind you, I just don't know why you would be doing that. $888 is the only thing with any kind of volume. 13,000 sitting at 888, which isn't a big anything. 10 million share volume on it today on close, so that's not bad. Ride is up 3% now. Everything just kind of spiked, huh? Everything just kind of went up. Zomedica's up 10% today. SNDL's up 3. They're calling for 20 plus today, man. Clover to 20 today. Why were you willing to take such a huge loss on Zom? Because I'm still holding half the position in Zomedica. If it goes to where I thought it was going to go, it's going to be a free trade, essentially. It'll negate that loss. So I've got a 230 average. If it goes to that 6 to 8 that I was originally planning for, I'll just make up the loss. It'll be a free trade. But I'd rather have the money in Clove now at 230 on these warrants. Because if Clove does go to its strike, which is inside analyst projection, I stand to gain quadruple what I've got in it. If it goes past that, if it goes into the 20s or 30s, these Clove warrants are going to go with it. In which case, I'll stand to make 10x. It'll be a 10 bagger for me on this. I can make 100 grand on it. That's why I'm willing. I'm willing to lose 50 to make 100. Yeah, if CLOV goes back to 9 today, that would be great. I think that's a good level heading into tomorrow and Friday. Again, I was going to say, if you look at this over the last week or last couple days, CLOV does have this tendency to, over lunchtime, this, over lunchtime, it typically gets some volume and then sells off. Let's go 5 days. So here's 11:30, 12:30, back down. 11:30. This one went till about 1 and then back down. 11:30, 12:30, back down. 11:30, 12:30, any minute now, and then back down. So yeah, I imagine that we'll see it come back down here. Actually, given that that pattern is so regular, I suppose that there is a case to be made for the day trade on this, where you can just take an entry at 11:30, 11:20, and then hold it till 12:30 and get out every day. Check the scanners here, see what's going on. The open door warrants are now the top gainers on the day, so there's some sympathy with SPACs. Love CLOV warrants to get up there. Top volume in the market today, SNDL, OCGN. SNDL's got 100 million right now. Zomedica's got 38 million. Actually, I'm seeing a lot of the meme stocks on this scanner here. SNDL, OCGN, CTRM, Zomedica, Naked, Sens, SOS, Bingo, Nokia. Let's see how GME is doing here. GME is still 158. What's the volume on GME today? 2 million. There is no volume on GME. I don't really want to be bullish, but I don't want to be bearish either. Bears went quiet again. GME is down on the day. Everyone in New Jersey can now get the vaccine. New Jersey's looking to lower the age for Medicare to 50, which is good because New Jersey was one of the states that CLOV is an option. Porto, what's up? That is updated. I believe I updated it appropriately. It is updated. It is a shame that I cannot put my CLOV holdings in here, but it's doing all right. Started the year with 50K. As of right now, I'm holding a market value of 52. So not well, 52, and then I have $7,000 over here in Canada land, which is like 6. So yeah, I do have 5,500 warrants on CLOV now. Damn, DGLY down 11% still. You cannot you cannot put warrants into tip ranks, unfortunately. So had it gone the other way, had he received an innocent verdict, you'd be having a much different conversation on DGLY. Again, guys, my play on DGLY is 250s into January 2023. DGLY is going to do quite well on cruise lines recovering on the expanded football season. As far as options today, my BlackBerry leaps are up, my Sabre leaps are up, Coke leaps are up. ACRX is up a little bit, not a ton. And I am even on my Clover May 1250s. It'll hit $7 within the month. My response to him is, oh, where'd it go? I'll make sure to set a reminder. Is the catalyst again for that downward movement the 10 states of Medicare growing revenues or overextended shorts that you see driving it lower? His response is, I don't know. Solid DD. Oh, I'm convinced. What's it gonna be? I guess this one's appropriate, right? Because I can put pump. $886. Redemption, can you see anything big over there? Biggest thing I'm seeing, guys, is 12,000 at 895, and then a bit of wall at 9.
No.
Oh man, it's just
No.
jumping. She's pumping.
Like $10, there's like something. It's not even significant.
Yeah, 9's got about 30,000 shares at it, but that's it. New Jersey announcing that they are going to lower Medicare to 50, I think is really good news for CLOV. Hello. Yeah, I can do that. Bye. Whipper! Whipper! Yeah, I mean, that wall's still there at 9, guys. It's got to get through there. Slap that 9 piece. I mean, 890 is all right. Typically, we see volume start to drive this back down now for the rest of the day. I don't know that that's going to be the case here, though, guys. I just don't see it. As much as there's nothing big above it, there's nothing big below it either to stop it from going down. They really don't want it over $9. Zom is popping off. Yeah, it's up 11%. It's at 84 for the day. Let's see how the portfolio's doing. I'm up 3% today. My warrants are green now. I'm up $400 on them. Interesting thing though, guys, GameStop's still down. Everything else going green, GameStop going down. Let's swing on over to the GameStop crew, see what they have to say. I'm interested to what the narrative is here. Great Depression, Black Monday, .com bubble, U.S. mortgage crisis, whatever the fuck we're currently heading into. Yeah, so I have 5,000 CLOV warrants. All the meme shit is looking solid. DGLY is down 12.5%, but Clover's up, SNDL's up, Zemetica's up. Wolf of Weed Street's tweeting. Foghorn Leghorn is trending. What is this? Oh, this guy. The argument on that opinion is that easy breezy millennials will have to grow up now because of COVID. As a millennial who owns his own home, is a successful entrepreneur of over a decade, has 8 children, and struggles daily to get up out of bed because of my PTSD, and I do it anyway just because I can rock the world. I greatly appreciate that lady's insight that I'm so easy breezy, and COVID's going to fix that. Opinions are like assholes, and that lady is one. Guys, as a millennial and somebody who's done motivational speaking for the millennial generation, I grow extremely tired of the narrative that millennials are lazy and we haven't done anything to contribute to the world. 2 words: social media. If that's not like that's just starting, right? Just the tip of what we have started to do. Add in cryptocurrency, add in blockchain, add in the evolution of technology, add in the video space, add it like it. The narrative that millennials are to blame for anything that is wrong in the world because they are lazy and don't do anything is ridiculous. Are there some lazy assholes that live in their parents' basement? Absolutely, but every generation has those. That's not new. CLOV floating 894. GameStop down to 157. I mean, the my hypothesis is that new SEC regulation goes into place. We should see these heavily shorted stocks go up with it. Bernie Sanders was a millennial before they existed. I mean, Chow, that's one of the things that I tell my kids often is make sure that you don't hate on the next generation down. So for me, I'm not looking at Gen Z going, oh, Gen Z, what a waste of time they are. They just sit around and play video games all the time. They're completely clueless with their TikToks. I make a point not to do that. Instead, I look for those in Gen Z that are doing some amazing things and making some positive changes and doing some great things. And I'm not talking like the Greta Thunbergs. I'm talking about like the people that are actually out there busting ass and grinding every day. I've got 3 kids that I guess are in the Gen Z category. All of them have run businesses. Like my 16-year-old is a published author. She runs her own art business on top of working a full-time job. She is an actively contributing member of society. She's excited to vote when she gets the chance. My other daughter ran a full-time business from the age of 6 until she was 10, and then started working at a dairy farm 8 hours a day from 10 on. You know what I mean? Like, I just, this narrative of hating on the next gen down, I can't do it. But anytime somebody likes to throw out there, oh, millennials, they're so lazy, they're so entitled, they're so whatever. Okay. I refuse to fit in that box. I refuse to fit in that box. I will fight that box until my dying breath. You have no idea what you mean. How did a 6-year-old start a business? When my daughter was 6 in Canada, there are rules about you employing people at a young age. However, there are no rules about starting a business at a young age. So at 6 years old, we've always told my kids that we don't do allowances. We don't pay them money for nothing. If they want money, they have to go out and earn it. So my daughter started a cookie business. And most of you guys, when you think cookie business, you guys are thinking this, right? Like a cute little kid on the side of the road with like a stand, right? Like this, right? Like, oh, that's cute little kid with cookies. Okay, well, unfortunately, she has me as her dad. So before she started her cookie business, she had to submit a business proposal, cost analysis, what her break even was, what her profit margins were, and we went through all that at 6 years old. So she figured out how to actually run a business, and then she scaled it. Within 3 months, she had hired 2 employees to work the stand for her. Within 6 months, she had started doing her own fairs and events. She would make 1,000 cookies for an event, bake them herself. It was her own recipe. She made $600 to $800 on an event. So for an 8-year-old, 7-year-old to be pulling in $800 on an event, she would do 6 to 8 events a season. She's pulling a couple grand a year off of her cookie business, and she's employing 2 other kids. So anytime somebody tells me that Gen Zs are also Gen Zs are lazy and they just play video games and they don't go outside, I often offer up to them my she's now 14, but my 14-year-old who started a business at 6 and works 8 hours a day at a dairy farm right now. What happened to Mo yesterday? Miss earnings? I have no idea. I don't follow Mo. These cookies were like drugs, to be fair. Chow, my kids are are not publicly schooled. They're privately schooled. Um, my kids are all homeschooled, and my 14-year-old will not be going to university or college. I don't think. She has made it pointedly clear that she wants to run a farm. She's making her strides and steps towards doing that, and I support her in that. I don't think the post-secondary is necessary. I'm here doing what I do, guys, without a high school diploma. So I am in no way ever going to tell my kids that education is the be-all, end-all, or at least formal education. They know that I bust my ass learning every day, but I'll never have a piece of paper with a degree on it. And I'm okay with that. Yeah, some of it was that. Some of it was the nicotine level in cigarettes. They'll just move to pot. Let's be honest. So the narrative on GME with it being down is it's I almost want to go back a few weeks and see how these TA analysis break down on GME. Like if I go to this guy's chart and I go back, let's scroll as far as I can scroll and see if that narrative at any point has changed. Where are we here? This is March. This is last week, his 412 indicator. So he was drawing this triangle with this upward arrow on the 12th. Now he's still showing this. Hello? Hey, what's up? Hello? Yeah, I can now. Yeah, he can hang out with me. No problem. Bye. We might have a baby joining us if he wakes up. I mean, the narrative here is he thinks that it's going to 300, 350, but what I don't understand is he's drawing this triangle and saying this will happen. At 152, he's saying that this is going to be no problem and we're going to bounce back from it. And it's valid to a 200 price target. I mean, I'll give him that he's had these lines for a long time, but this is saying that it's imminently due to recover. Now, my understanding of his initial analysis, though, was he was expecting an upward gain from here, and it hasn't gone upward. It's gone sideways. Endlessly sideways. So it looks like my warrants are profitable as long as this stays over 880. I mean, I don't know how you expect any movement on GME when we're looking at, what is it, 2.5 million volume. That's it? $2.5 million volume is not a lot of volume. CLOV back down to 881. Still up $200 on it. Again, just tiny walls on both sides of the coin with this one. Not really a ton going on one way or the other. Zomedica, that 10% on the day. ARB-KF, 17% on the day. Yeah, Zomedica 84 line has some volume against it, but not a ton. 43 million volume on Zomedica today. DGLY wants to join. What's this? SoCal Gas and H2 Technologies partner to test new technology green hydrogen. Yeah, fuel cell. California, fuel cell. Let's check Seeking Alpha, see if there's any news here. Travel stocks are bouncing back. Gold is moving. Uber Eats expands into Germany, sending Grubhub lower. Again, guys, Uber, I want nothing to do with it. Not much. I can't say not much. GXO, were you here earlier when I moved things around? I'm going to grab a water, drain the snake, and I'll be right back, guys. I sold half of ZOM and all of my Clover shares to take a larger position in Clover warrants, and that's exactly it. It's not that I'm not bullish; it's that I think that it's a much longer term play than I had originally thought. So I want to free up capital for the Clove warrants for sure. GameStop's still down here, guys. 157.58 right now. Low of the day was 157.40. Remember, another one of my hypotheses with CLOV was CLOV sees gains as GME moves down. So as we see GME decline, I'm expecting we see CLOV go up. CLOV is at 157.43 right now. Or sorry, GME is at 157.43. It's kind of just sitting down low there. CLOV is at 880. We're starting. Zomedica's at 83, 84, up 10% today. I mean, how long? The question that I'm going to endlessly have here is, Yeah, I mean that's really what I'm waiting on. And the fact that DFE is no longer offering any kind of insights as to what his positions are. If I head over here, let's go to Reddit and let's go to deep value. This is the latest post on his Reddit page, his subreddit. So the whole narrative around this seems to continue to be that shorts did not exit. That seems to be the driving narrative behind GME, is that the shorts did not exit. My issue with that is this. My hypothesis would be if the shorts were going to exit, we should have seen a buy up after a drop off. So what we had to happen here, guys, is you remember the first initial drive up and it went crazy, and then the Robinhood thing, which caused it to fall, right? So this is when all of the retail traders got locked out of their platforms. And then if the shorts are covering, what we should see over the next period is a buy up. And I think what we're seeing here, guys, is this is the shorts taking their gains and buying it up. And they're covered here, which is why all we've seen from that point on is this slow. Oh man, screen. Okay, so I mean, this is just what I'm seeing, guys. I'm not saying that my take on this is accurate, but my take on it is this: we had GME at like $20, and this is around when I got it. Was when it was heading towards 20. That was my bet on it. It runs up here, right? Runs up nicely. And then here is when that whole debacle happened with Robinhood and the platforms, and nobody could get to it. So it fell back down to here. My issue with this, guys, is this drop here. So shorts are getting dinged on this for sure, and the interest was there, and blah blah blah, yada yada yada. Melvin Capital, blah blah blah, and it falls, right? But from this point on, when we see that this narrative of ape's gonna hold, the shorts just cover here, and they buy this back up. And this is where the shorts are covered. The shorts have covered here. And if the shorts covered here, then what we're going to see is, okay, well, then we should just see a decline in the stock price, which we do. That's the wick. If they cover their shorts up to here, and all the shorts are now covered, and it's just whoever's in the stock, they either took fresh shorts, which is a possibility, or if there's no shorts available, they don't do anything with it, and it just slowly goes down. This narrative that they still have to cover is baffling to me. I would like to see what the current short interest is on GME. Like, what is where do we have the shorts right now? Invis. %19? And here's CLOV at 35. Yeah, maybe I just don't understand what that is. Short ladder attack. Breaking down short ladder attacks. Hedge funds and investors shorting stocks is nothing new, blah, blah, blah. Short ladder attack really means. A short ladder attack has multiple moving parts. The process starts when a firm or fund takes on a sizable short position in a stock. From there, they will do what they can to lower the stock's value. Since they are using a short sell to bet against the stock instead of investing in the stock in the hopes that the value increases, they make money when the stock's value shrinks. In some instances, a fund may put a company into bankruptcy. If bankruptcy does happen, hedge funds celebrate because they never have to transfer their counterfeit shares, which are used for shorting stocks, into real shares. Also, capital gains taxes becomes a moot point. Companies use other hedge funds and brokers to pull the stock's value down by pulling out of their positions. It isn't surprised targeted stocks, GME, AMC, and Bed Bath & Beyond, all three of these companies are operating under difficult circumstances, changing economic mindset. Short ladder attacks aren't wholly illegal. Okay, so if I'm understanding this, one fund takes a large short position and then goes out and finds another fund that has a long position and says, we want to make a lot of money on this. So if you sell all of your shares for us, when we make profits on this, then we'll buy a bunch of this and you can short it. And then we'll sell our position as it moves up. And then you can get out of your shorts. Is that what we're talking about? Is that hand over hand movement? My issue with that, guys, is this looks like people are expecting. People are seeing this ladder like it's this, and I honestly think that the ladder is more like this. Like we're talking 2 or 3 steps, and then you're at the ground floor. It's not a 12 rung ladder that's working down. No, you think it was something else? So it's not the short ladder attack that people are expecting? I'm just trying to understand. I'm not trying to take a dump on anybody that's still in GME and still believes in GME. Like if that's your play, you've done the DD, that's where you think it is, great. I'm just trying to better understand why people still think that the shorts are in this and have to cover, because I'm not seeing anything that indicates that. The short ladder attack is 2 accounts trade back and forth with each other a few shares at a time at progressively lower values by the penny until it triggers various stop losses, pauses, lets the market settle, and tries it again. If it's a low float, you can bring value down quite a bit. Did S3 Faxite get back to you? No, they didn't. Okay, so it's just trading the shares back and forth at lower and lower values? So they short and then somebody buys and then this guy shorts and this guy buys and like that? Or I don't know, man. I don't see that. I don't know. This is really good news for me with Clover Health. Okay, so GME is looking at a movement day of tomorrow as well. CLOV is now at 890. We go for 9? Zomedica's up 9% still. I don't understand where you work. Like these arguments here, guys, blow my mind. That he works out of a studio apartment. Who the fuck cares? Are there any major orders sitting at 9? I can't see it. I can only see 898 right now. Florida. Yeah, from Florida residents only. Online sellers will have to collect that from Florida residents, not. Well, that's going to hurt the resale community in Florida. There's a much steeper cliff on the sales side right now. Florida. My name is Florida. That's the name of a state. Yeah, but guys, where he works out of, that doesn't. It honestly doesn't mean squat to me. That he works out of a studio. That's a. These personal attacks on short firms is stupidity, in my opinion. $8.94 on CLOV. Yeah, there's 17,000 shares at 9. Davey Day Traders talking. Jim Cramer's has something to say. GameStop's 156. I mean, heading into Power Hour, if GameStop continues to trend down like this, it's going to be a real interesting ride. Where's the Elmo at? There he is. Bum 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 bum. CLOV just bouncing between that 894, 892. Ethereum up again. Ethereum's up another 5% today. I'll take that. Yeah, Zomedica's holding that 10% on the day too. It's not going down. I am not hating that I rebalanced my portfolio this morning. I'm not. And guys, I'm not trying to drive FOMO on you guys on this position, but for those of you that are newer here, like why is he just hopping back and forth between a handful of positions all day? Why doesn't he look at a whole bunch of other stuff? I know there's a lot of people out there that just kind of look at everything in the market. For me, I'm actively trading my own cash portfolio. So the reason why I'm only watching a handful of positions is because those are the positions I'm in. Which obviously makes sense to you guys that I would be watching the positions I have dollars in, right? I know that's not for everybody, so there's probably not going to be 25,000 people in here watching me not chase the next hot piece of news. But I'm okay with that. People can see what it actually looks like to be in the market throughout the day. Bit of a red candle there on CLOV. It was too much. Why are you not looking at Chinese company pink slips? Yeah. I know I had said at the start of the year that I wasn't completely opposed to treating a Chinese stock, and that's still true. But I've yet to find a stock that meets my criteria that I'm confident enough in to take a position. Chinese corn imports are surging. Olympiads, it came back. Seagrave, I exited half of my Zemetica position for a loss. And I closed out my CLOV shares for a gain. And then put it all into CLOV, as well as getting rid of my margin. So I'm no longer in margin. I am in margin on my Canadian side, but that's not as big a deal. I think long term, SHG is gonna do just fine. I wonder if SHG ever got their. I wonder if SHG ever got their earnings notes out. SHGFF. Earnings call just has the audio.
Thank you, everyone.
Ability to now for the quarter, we noticed a relatively large increase in the share-based compensation. So could you give us where tweaks to each of these categories has already how do I group them together to make them better, and how do I build services around each of those cases? And that's really so, as we know, too quick. Laying the foundation is an important step. Business plan, building stage through the evolution. So earlier practice of the year. Is that a home stage through the evolution? So earlier practices may convert sooner. Acquisitions that come on recently may go through some of that transition, albeit that those transitions will be slightly more accelerated because most of this foundation and technology will be in place already. And then maybe I'll turn it over to Andrew if he wants to address any of the sort of impacts to our overall sort of financial expectations on this.
Thank you everyone for standing by.
Yeah, thanks, Mark. So in terms of target KPIs, it's really more of how you're looking at your population and at what part of the cycle that they are currently on, and really evaluating, those overall percentages in my mind for us to explain, right, this is where they are on the journey from going from fee to service to, on the end point of global, total global risk. So that is how I'm looking at it, and then really that discussion to say how we would be moving those folks along that journey.
Yeah, and Mark, one of the things we might look at, and as we continue to go forward here, is starting to define KPIs more attuned to, say, provider panels, so looking at the strength of providers in each local market. But then also we'll be looking to start to move into the percentage of patients that we have under a various number of population health plans. So how many lives are we serving under Medicare Advantage? How many lives are we serving under capitation care? And I think as we execute through this year, we'll be able to start to distinguish some of those KPIs and be a little bit more clear in terms of what you can look forward to sort of moving forward on each quarter.
Great, that's helpful. And just one follow-up. In thinking about more of a national platform when you bring a new clinic on, what are you is that a homegrown platform? Maybe you could talk a little bit about the time and effort and energy of kind of onboarding a new clinic and what you've done or what you're looking to do to streamline that opportunity or that option or opportunity as you accelerate growth.
Yeah, that's a great question. So look, I mean, with every acquisition, as you're sort of building a national platform, you're going to recognize some natural efficiencies that come as a result of this platform. So within every acquisition, sort of in parallel, two things kind of happen. One is that we're going in to actually improve on the efficiencies of the practice. And usually these can fall into sort of three key categories. One's in sort of provider productivity, the second one's in the revenue cycle management, and then the third one will be in staffing models. And so typically through these, we'll see opportunities we already have within some of these practices where tweaks to each of these categories has already resulted in opportunities for realizing whether it's better top line revenue or better cost management. And then in parallel to the actual efficiencies is also the development of the deployment of the technology platform. And so as we talked about kind of utilizing a single EHR strategy, that is something that we are still sort of working through to determine what is the right EHR platform that we're going to necessarily go with in terms of having
saying my stream ended. What?
But really the technology and data analytics that we apply operates outside of that. And so the ability to then aggregate that data using a single system makes us far more scalable. And then once we have that data on our platform, being able to then create actionable insights, which then lead to improved patient outcomes, lead to population health management strategies, and then ultimately communicate that with the payers in terms of how our efforts with patients will be leading to an improved unit economics on their side.
Great. Thanks, guys, and good luck.
The next question comes from Rahul Sarugaser with Raymond James. Please go ahead.
Morning, Brett and Andrew. Thanks so much for taking our questions. I guess you sort of already answered some of my questions around the inorganic growth, so I'll focus my first question on the you answered the question on the organic, so I'll focus my question on the inorganic growth. So you referred to the pipeline in 21. So, as we, look at the essentially escalation in value of the company through 2021, can you give us a little bit more color in terms of what that pipeline looks like and how we should be thinking about that acquisition rate through the remainder of the year?
Yeah, absolutely, Rahul. So I think, you bring up a good point. First of all, recognizing that the majority of the acquisitions made in Q4 haven't actually made a material impact in Q1. And so I think as you look forward to Q1 reporting in the next 45 days, you'll see a substantial improvement in that revenue from the contribution of just some of those acquisitions. But again, majority of those acquisitions, including the largest one we closed, Rocky Mountain, will really be reflected in Q2. So again, I think that's what gives us confidence today for the first time to actually be putting forward guidance as a company, and that at a significant growth of over 300% to last year. But again, that will only say what we have today and not including, what acquisitions that have yet to have closed or that have yet to have been announced. And I think part of that participation and strategy moving forward is we'll be moving forward to only announce deals on closing after, we close the next few LOIs that we've announced. But I think from an acquisition capacity standpoint, we're pretty confident that at least for the next 6 to 8 months, we have already had a predefined set of targets now that are already, being worked on today. And our focus is, okay, now we can start to become much more strategic and selective in terms of the type of practices we're looking for, the markets we're looking for them in, and then really kind of driving corporate development activities around those initiatives. And so I think from an acquisition standpoint, there's two things the market's really appreciated, and we've certainly recognized as our focus. Number one is the small to independent sized practices represent the largest green space of practices out there today that need the most amount of help. Number two, they are the most undervalued and relatively unfocused set of target population today, and so that presents
Is that better?
an opportunity.
That's as
to
high
really
as
get
I
them
can
on
really
table
get
for
it,
pricing.
guys.
And then number three, these acquisitions, albeit small in terms of acquisition contribution from the M&A itself, will result in the strongest organic conversion because these practices have yet to realize any component of value-based care. And so I think that organic multiple will be substantially greater. And so this is why I think our focus will be on really kind of honing in on the discipline of these acquisitions. I mean, we don't intend to go in and compete with private equity on deals that are, double digit or more in terms of EBITDA. Our focus here is to really kind of stay where we think our sweet spot is, and recognizing the amount of deal flow we're seeing. We certainly are fully confident that this is a market that's going to continue to be a growing population for Skylight to be looking at.
Great, thank you. And then just as a quick follow-up, just looking at your net income for the quarter, we noticed a relatively large increase in the share-based compensation. So could you give us a little bit more color as to that also, and also how we should be thinking about share-based comp going forward, particularly given this, this big increase in this quarter relative to previous quarters?
Yes, thank you, Rahul. It's Andrew.
We're listening to the
Share-based
SHG
comp
earnings
for the
here.
fourth quarter, as you pointed out, was significant. I think that was just reflective of some cleanup as to what was going on with regards to the prior quarters being the focus on turning the focus of the company in a completely different direction. And so what you've got there is just a cleanup, and you're going to see that number normalize a little bit, but at the same time, with the additions of senior management team and that expansion, you should see that continue to be involved there. But I don't foresee it being at such a high volume there. The other component there is just the volatility and what was going on with the share price. So what was actually issued in the fourth quarter as well was impacted by this increased volatility rate.
Great. And just a quick follow-up. So you referred to it normalizing. So are you able to give us any color as far as what that normalized number should be? Because of course that is does impact the net income, our net income projections going forward.
I will do my best on that, Rahul. The only wild card there for me is with regards to the share price, and obviously with the planned uplist to NASDAQ. So once we get our listing normalized and see what our performance is like there, then that's going to give me a little bit more comfort to kind of lend some guidance to that. But right now, with that, with us pushing forward on the NASDAQ listing as our number one priority here, until I see the fallout of that, and the impact it's had, it's put me in a bit of a tough position to kind of calculate guidance for that.
Okay, great. Thanks very much. We'll get back in the queue.
Thanks, Rahul.
The next question comes from Gabriel Leung with Beacon Securities. Please go ahead.
Good morning, and thanks for taking my questions. A couple of things. So first, just looking at the Q4 operating expenses, there was a pretty material increase on a sequential basis to the cash operating expenses. Anyways, I think you talked about in the MD&A some increased costs related to the uplist of the venture, and then also to the NASDAQ as well. But I'm curious, with some of the new additions to the management team that was announced this year, where do you see quarterly operating expenses sort of playing out in calendar 21? I think in Q4 2020, the cash operating expenses was about $3.7 million. Where should we expect that to sort of trend into the new year?
Thanks, Gabe. It's Andrew here. So yes, Q4 was higher, just for those reasons that you pointed out, and it was primarily driven by performance-based compensation in the fourth quarter. There was a bit of a catch-up, as well as some incentive pay that was outlaid in the fourth quarter, but there was increased professional fees and marketing as well. And those marketing and professional fees have continued slightly in January and February as the focus on acquisitions and our marketing efforts at a corporate level continued, but those will taper off. as we get further on into the year. And then obviously the salaries and wages should drop in the first quarter, but then you should see that increase, as you pointed out, with the new additions. So overall, I would expect that, the Q4 is going to be high, and you should see it kind of normalize at a few $100,000 less than the fourth quarter, starting in Q2.
And Dave, I think one thing to maybe add to that as well is recognizing now that the revenue of the company is largely driven through insurable services, where previously it was largely self-pay. And in insurable services, there is a 2-week to a 30-day period of receivables with the insurance companies themselves. And so I think what you'll see in Q4 with the acquisitions that we've made is the expenses that have been realized through the clinics, but not necessarily the revenue that's been captured that'll be in Q1. And so that transition took place later in Q4, partly why the revenue is largely only represented in Q1, but those expenses played that way as well. And the way I'd also think about in terms of expenses.
Okay, so SHG just filed their Q4 results. What they're saying is that there's actually going to be a lot of the Q4 payments, because they have moved to insurable services, that are going to be realized in Q1, which means they are going to have a frigging gangbusters Q1. Like, big old giant Q1.
In 2020 was, at the end of the day, if the company needs to get to a point of being able to be positive cash flow and EBITDA, that's possible. But now we're talking about, significant growth, and we exited last year with a strong focus on growth by way of acquisition and conversion. And so I think as we see our expenses, in line with our investments made for growth, we're seeing our growth also reflecting, strong today over 300% in terms of guidance provided, but in terms of future growth, what we expect to see this year, I think, what we're looking to do, two things. One, make sure we have the structure for supporting the scale. And number two, just keeping in mind that each of these investments are largely being made through cash flow that comes by way of the acquisitions and not necessarily relying on external capital to have to finance this growth. So just to add a couple of those points in there as well.
Gotcha. And I guess my follow-up question is, with the eventual transition to the value-based pricing versus current fee-for-service, maybe it's worth just highlighting how that might be expected to impact your current book of business as it relates to both revenues, gross margins, EBITDA margins. If there's any insights you can provide there, that'd be really helpful. That's for me. Thanks.
Yeah. So to address that quickly, the answer is we expect to still maintain pretty strong gross profit margins. I mean, clinically operating speaking, the U.S. market enables us to have a much stronger gross profit margin and realize those EBITDA contributions at the bottom level. Where the expenses start to go ahead of the revenues is when you start to look at more risk models. You're implementing larger teams, care teams, management teams, nursing platforms, et cetera, which does come back in terms of the per member per month rate growth you have with the payers, but some of that needs to be invested ahead of time. And so I think the way we'll see it is, as Mark asked me earlier, this is an evolutionary process. We're not jumping to take on full risk right away, and so we're not having to deploy significant capital expenses up front. We'll be layering in some expenses, but every expense we do is with a line of sight into how that next set of revenue is going to offset that. So as we move into value-based care, keeping in mind that some patients will always still remain on fee-for-service because there will always be a dual model in place. But in terms of how we see the conversion and the recognition of new patients in that value-based care model, I think, the expectation is that we will still look to at least provide guidance on how we get back to the margins that we have based on the investments we're making, but also at the same time that the expectation here is to be able to maintain these margins, at least from a percentage perspective as to what we're seeing moving forward.
Gotcha. Thanks for that.
Yeah, thanks.
The next question comes from Yue Ma with Research Capital Corporation. Please go ahead.
Hi, Brad and Andrew. Thanks for taking my questions. So I have a few. So first, can you please comment on the subscription-based services for non-insured Americans? Where the company is standing right now for that program?
Yeah. So that's a good question. Part of the shift to value-based care includes the capitation payment. And so what we recognize, especially as we've now started to bring on sort of the leadership and executive team and operational team members in the space, is one of the things that has to happen within our organizations today, and this is the plan as we look to roll forward here, is to be able to provide access, improved access to patients within the current markets that we're in. the infrastructure that's laid in for the uninsured patient base will pretty much resound the same infrastructure that's there for insured patients, especially when it comes to care teams and access to care after hours, which is largely how the Skylight Direct model is being positioned to be. And so with the infrastructure that we deploy here, you're going to start to see that ability to now market within the communities that we're in to an uninsured population base, but not just uninsured, but also patients that aren't able to necessarily access physician practices because deductibles are too high or because the cost of access isn't necessarily affordable given their current health plan status. And so these are ways that we're starting to evolve the access of Skylight Direct to patients that we have today, but also from a payer management standpoint, those strategies deployed in Skylight Direct are really what payers are looking for, and such that you're moving away from encounter-based. They want to know that 10 visits isn't going to cost them 10 times more, but that the onus and responsibility of us to provide those services ensures that they reserve a lower cost while the patient gets the higher cost of care, and we use these services to lower our cost of delivery. So I think all in all, they're all starting to sort of blend together very nicely in terms of the strategies of how we deploy. You'll start to see much more coordination now between the insurable services and the uninsured services in the markets that we're in.
And secondly, when transitioning from fee-for-service to value-based, what are those key milestones Skylight needs to achieve in each stage in order to complete the transition? What are the key things that we should look for in the following quarters?
Yeah, so, and bear in mind, Q1 is really the strengthening of our executive team here as we move forward, and payer management strategies is certainly part of that now. And so as we look to build out the strategy with capitation to value-based care conversion, I think there's multiple ways you kind of look at this, but really you go from, just to break it down, you go from fee-for-service to basic capitation, to then capitation with shared risk, to then being able to take on a greater amount of risk with each patient. And as you start to move down that platform, you're really essentially building your support structure for patients along the way, from being able to create simple things like access of care, expanded access to existing patients, telemedicine, remote patient monitoring, which are all currently where Skylight is really focused on developing its platform within these practices today, down to being able to then be able to partner with community practices, including specialists, hospitals, and so forth, in order to be able to better manage that patient care outside of just the clinic network itself. And so I think as you start to see that conversion move over from left to right, you're really focusing on the ability for Skylight to build as we go. And so you're not having to invest in all the cost up front, but you're using the revenue and the experience to continue to build that trust with the payers along the way. And so I think we'll continue to be transparent and communicate in terms of how Skylight is moving these practices from fee-for-service over to being sort of value-based capabilities or outcome-based capabilities. But then also with each acquisition, an acquisition that comes in may not be ready immediately. You need to get them trained and set up in order to participate there. So like I said, it's not an overnight process. And most of the organizations in the space will have to spend the same amount of time, but it's a process that is, pretty prescriptive and just requires to be followed.
Okay, and then just the last question. So as you probably know, the direct contracting program with the CMS has gone live this month. Is that a potential area Skylight could potentially explore next year or in 2022 when the agency accepts?
This is a SHG.
Yeah,
listening to,
absolutely.
guys.
So DCE or direct contracting entities is certainly something we're looking at. You're right, the first batch of DCE companies got contracted in April of this year. The applications for the next round actually begins this summer, and so it is our intention to start to look at that for qualification. But we're a little unsure right now in terms of how things sit. I know recently the second round of DCE contracts actually recently got pulled from the Biden administration. So I think the structure is still being defined at the CMS level. So once we get better clarity as how we as an organization can participate in round three, which is now round two, we'll have a better, sort of answer in terms of that process. But right now, I think we're largely waiting on what that regulation is going to look like for the next round of applicants.
Okay, thank you. That's all from me.
The next question comes from Bill Sutherland with Benchmark. Please go ahead.
Hey, thanks, and good morning, everybody. Most of my questions have been asked, but I was curious, Prad, about the focus on the practices, to what degree you're emphasizing more of a regional clustering at this point, or is it really just very much, based on just the metrics of the practices that you're adding at this point?
Thanks, Bill. A good question. I think that there's still components of our business model that are opportunistic, meaning that there are markets that we see as beneficial for today's model versus tomorrow's model and where they'll be shifted there. I'd say for the large part, we feel comfortable within the markets that we're in, that we have substantial
Hi, everybody.
access now to a let's call it density within these markets. I think you'll start to see more effort being placed in density now within some of these
Can you
markets.
say
as opposed
clover?
to just specifically geographical expansion. But that being
Clove?
said,
Can you
there are
say
markets that we are looking at,
tendies?
and how we think about these practices is not really sort of single
Tendies, very good.
groups that allow us the ability to have that
No,
capacity
no,
to
don't say
grow
that.
that
No.
density from there.
Stunk.
In a fee-for-service market, it's you get the
Stunk.
benefit of having the access to these markets while
Good
still managing
boy.
scale at a national
Can
level.
you say
But you are right
Amazon?
as we move forward
Go.
into future value-based care contracting. And one of the things we are looking at internally right now is sort of national-based contracting, with a single tax ID, which allows us to replicate those contracts at a more regional level. But it is something that we'll probably have more to say, following the next earnings call.
Not the fat, right?
And in terms of your same-store growth objectives, have you got enough experience with some of the earlier practices to kind of get a sense of how you can, develop that, and what are the components, for instance, expanding on their virtual care capabilities or partnering with IDNs and that kind of thing?
Yeah, so we have seen improvements to the existing practices that we've acquired. Again, some of those changes will reflect in Q1 and Q2. And like I said, you can generally break them down into three components today where we see the biggest opportunities in that: provider productivity, revenue cycle, and staffing models. In terms of experience with these practices, largely a lot of the strategies that are being deployed from an integration standpoint are being led by, our Chief Operations Officer, Paul Koulis, who, joins us from Providence Health and has spent the majority of his time both developing telemedicine networks in the Northern California region, but also in the integration and acquisition of small practices, as well as his operational management team, who also have worked within similar health systems, accumulating medical practices and bringing them under one roof. So I think the experience as it relates to integration of small to independent physician practices is certainly led by experience of our operational team and supported sort of by the rest of the team as well. But in terms of these acquisitions, what we are seeing is that consistent sort of improvement areas of these kind of three core buckets as being areas of focus that's sort of driven the strategies for our operations teams within their past experiences and as they're seeing now within these acquisitions as well.
Got it. Great work to date, and thanks so much for the questions.
Thanks, Bill.
The next question comes from Gabriel Leung with Beacon Securities. Please go ahead.
Thanks. Just had a follow-up question related to the balance sheet. Just so Andrew, obviously there's been a lot of events, I guess, subsequent to the quarter, acquisition-wise. Do you have an update on where your pro forma cash currently stands, post the most recent Rocky Mountain acquisition?
Yeah, post the most recent Rocky Mountain acquisition, we're currently sitting on just over $7 million, Gabe, and that we also have some installments that need to go out in the coming weeks and months. But yeah, currently I'm sitting on $7 million post that large outflow for Rocky Mountain.
Gotcha. I appreciate it. Thank you.
This concludes the question and answer session. I would like to turn the conference back over to Mr. Shaker for concluding remarks.
So thanks everyone for participating in today's call. I hope we've been able to convey some of the excitement we feel about Skylight and its prospects. I invite you all to visit our website, skylighthealthgroup.com, where you can find out more about our company and also contact details should you wish to reach out to us. We certainly look forward to being back here in less than a month and a half and reporting on Q1. So until then, thank you very much.
This concludes today's conference call. You may disconnect your lines. Thank you for participating and have a pleasant day.
NASDAQ uplisting is still a thing. Q4 revenue is rolling over to Q1 on insurable services. They have continued expansion and are planning to continue expansion. I am still bullish on SHG. So this article is about the new requirements around warrants that they're going to have to file in their 10Qs and 10Ks, the value of these warrant sales. I don't think this is a bad thing. I think that's good transparency to see how many sales of warrants in a SPAC is a sign of what the retail community largely, but also just investors as a whole see as forward-moving guidance past options that are available. Often options aren't available on SPACs right away. Even if they are, at most they're leaps into the next year, whereas a lot of these warrants are 4 or 5 years down the road. So the warrants provide you that longer play term and understanding where people see things heading. I did sell half of my Zemetica, Saki. I did, yeah. Sold half of my Zemetica, closed out my Clover position, and put it all into Clover warrants. So I'm sitting on $5,000 or 5,000 shares, 5,400 shares of Clover warrants. Heading back towards 9, there is a $10,000 or $20,000 or 20,000 share wall at 9 for Clover, guys. It's $8.95 right now. Volume is 14 mil on it today, so it's not like it's not doing anything, but we'll see. We'll see. Volume's kind of sluggish on both sides, so not like there's a massive spike in volume to one side or the other. 'Stoic Diver, thanks for the follow, man. Much appreciated. Let me know what you trade, how you found the stream. 'We just broke through 9 on Clover. $9.03. Shorting Diz 170 puts. Brave and ballsy, man. What's your expiry on Disney puts? Disney is one of those companies that's on my list of never short, especially with travel and film coming back. I think Shang-Chi is going to be a huge hit for them.
Mm-hmm.
30 days, you're bullish. Oh, I see. Oh, you sold puts. Okay, my bad. I misunderstood. I know you guys don't mind. I'm just going to leave it locked on the Jessica Alba thing until I see movement elsewhere that I need to go look at. So the Redemption SHG looks even better than I listened to the earnings call just now, and it's looking real tasty. Not only do they have that aggressive expansion into the US, what they're saying is because as they got into the US and they were moving patients off of direct payables into insurables, it often results in a net 15 or net 30 payment from the insurance companies. So a large part of their acquisitions, they couldn't actually claim that income in Q4, but they had to claim the expenses for the services. So they've already expensed all of those services, and then they get that one-time rollover into Q1 on those insurable services. So their Q1 is going to be gangbusters, and they are still on go for a NASDAQ uplisting.
The Nasdaq uplisting alone would put it like on the map.
Where is he? Where's that guy? There's a guy yesterday giving me crap on this. Where is he? This is all today's gifts. Give me yesterday's stuff.
I just had a feeling to go check SOS because I remember people were giving me shit about that, and just like this one dude, especially on StockTwits. You set this at 5 whatever, right? And then it dropped to 450, and then he's just like, "Well, this is just an easy opportunity for me to get more." I'm like, okay. It dropped as low as 350 yesterday. It's at 429 right now.
420.
You mean the person that you mean the company that is only ordering a quarter of what the new orders are for the one of the top companies are ordering, has less than a quarter of what they currently have, and is just getting into the game, not sure exactly what they're going to do or mine, and just says the word Bitcoin, blockchain, mining, blah blah blah, China, biggest miner in China, blah blah. It claims that they are the biggest miner in China. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. Like no one's ever lied before. Cool.
We work in an industry of integrity, sir.
Like that one Chinese agriculture company that only made 8 million a year suddenly makes 100 million. Like, okay. How? Doing what? Doing nothing? Okay, cool.
Cool. That it's doing this before power hour is very interesting for me here, guys. Still holding your CLOV. I actually moved out of my CLOV shares into CLOV warrants. But yeah, you can call me a CLOV hodler because I'm not going anywhere on the warrants. A lot of knife catchers on StockTwits. No one has the patience to wait for a reversal. Very true. It's very true, but it's also fun to point that out. Literally all buzzwords to sell stock. Yeah, I don't understand the bearish argument against Clover Health. To date, the only bearish news that I've seen on it is Hindenburg saying they had a request for information from the Department of Justice. Okay, that doesn't mean that there's a case. Like that doesn't mean anything. It means that the Department of Justice asked them what's up. It doesn't mean that there's an active ongoing case against them, which they would have had to disclose. That just isn't there. This guy is just a dead set bear on everything. Except Doji. That's funny. That's funny. I'm just seeing more and more buys. Yeah, the non-revenue producing company part is the issue that I have because they did have Q4 revenues. So that's kind of one of the things that's puzzling me is the non-revenue aspect of that. If they were genuinely non-revenue, if there was no revenue being produced whatsoever, I'd be there for sure. But non-profit, okay. The news about the 10 states that they are moving into, guys, and New Jersey talking about moving their Medicare down to 50 is big news for CLOV. That's going to be big news because that's a whole fresh chunk of that market share that's not currently being addressed with Medicare, Medicaid, that they're going to be able to have access to, which is going to be kind of cool. Picked up 1 million volume here in the last 15 minutes. I have not. I'm gonna watch the entire thing all at once. Flyway. This week I am in the market all day, every day on this CLOV play, but next week I'm gonna go back to my shortened streaming schedule, and I will most likely watch Winter Soldier then. I've heard good things. The first episode I did watch, and then I opted to just wait for all the rest of them. Flag Smasher is one of my favorite story arcs from the Cap comics. It's a bit of a flashback to the early 90s Cap comics, which is kind of fun for me. But yeah, here we go, guys. This is, I mean, it's 2:30. What the hell? Why is this not? This is always where I get to be that skeptic, right? Where I'm like, okay, but why? How are your warrants looking?
It's still underwater a little.
I am up $1,200 on my warrants, guys.
My warrant averages around $3, so
okay.
I'm trying to juggle capital to both be able to short Nikola and to whatever profit I make to dump it into CLOV.
Yeah, I averaged down today on the warrants when it fell. This is where I averaged down, guys. I sold at 878 on my shares and then bought my additional warrants here at 848. Which, looking at it now, looks like a fairly solid resistance line, that 850. You're up 7% on CLOV, nice. I just don't understand why all this volume just showed up all of a sudden at 230. It's kind of a random spike. Are we actually going to see mass covering on shorts? What TD layout is this? This is the Canadian TD, the TD Advanced Dashboard. So it's going to look a little bit different from Thinkorswim. I wonder if shorts are just going to cover ahead of tomorrow. But if that narrative's true, then we should see GameStop going up, and it's not. It's going down. GameStop's about to fall below 156. There's not really, I mean, there's 1,000 shares at 156 to stop it from going any further, which isn't really a ton. Hard souls, huh? Let me see. Bum 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 EPWC. Asia Pacific Wiring Cable based out of Taiwan. Pass. Declining revenues? Yeah, pass. APWC. Let's see. Analysts on it? No analysts. CLOV? Merrill Lynch, Credit Suisse, Citigroup, JP Morgan, all with price targets at 10 or above. I don't think, yeah, not a fan of the APWC call. But Hard Souls reminds me of a great point, guys. General disclaimer. Let's throw that in there. This is not a stream for financial advice, guys. This is education purposes only. I show you guys what my thought process is, how I get into shares and my positions. You guys need to come to your own conclusions. If you're not sure what the hell you are doing, go seek out a financial advisor. Please don't just dive in. If you are obstinate, stubborn, or you've already spoken to a financial advisor and you want to self-manage, reading is your next best friend. Reading list is there for you guys of books that I have read to use and grow my own trading methodology. I highly recommend you take a look at those. That's not financial advice, that's life advice. Read books, they're useful. If you're going to be an FA trader like me, Culture Code is a great read to get started. If you're a TA trader, I recommend you get started with Reminiscences of a Stock Operator, just to understand that the market doesn't really change that much. Reminiscences of Stock Operators from the early 1900s, and pretty much with the exception of him going into like parlors to do his trading, we do mostly online trading now, but his narrative about price movements, inflation, hot stock tips, all of that stuff is extremely relevant, and it will show you that nothing has really changed in 100 years. It's all pretty much still the same thing. As far as option price goes, I am dead even on my CLOV now. Saber's had a good day, so Travel has recovered. Blackberry's had a decent day. Coke has had a decent day. My Macy's puts are just sitting sideways doing nothing. I really need Macy's to just blow up before their May earnings. Somebody drop news on Macy's for me that they are bankrupt and never going to recover, please. All I'm seeing on the sales is buy. Oh, there's some sells. Redemption, what does it mean when it's black? I'm looking at time and sales and I'm seeing do I prefer to choose options than money? I don't really play options that well. Options is not one of my strong suits. My options portfolio was only up 500% last year as opposed to my equity that was 2,700. So for options, I do typically take a little bit outside of the money. So I do have 1250 strike.
I don't know what they mean by black. Do they mean like in like they're not losing any money anymore on it, or?
No, they've got colors on the sales. So time and sales, when it's a purchase, I'm seeing green. When it's a sale, I'm seeing red, and then there's a bunch of hundreds coming in that are black. They're not colored red or green.
God, I can't remember. It's fuck. There was a not a mid. What's the price on it? Is it like a half? Is it like half or something like that?
It's no, I don't see a tenth of a cent. So all I see is 912 when it's at 912.
I keep thinking because like back, I don't know if it's just like a platform thing or whatever, right? But essentially, when we had a with our level 2s back at, I don't see it on mine, but like when we had this back at my firm, there's 3 types of color codes you could do. The first one was for buys, second one's for sells, and the third one was right at the like right at the price.
So it could be a buy or sell directly at the price.
I can't remember. It was like it's so fucking long ago. It's generally irrelevant, but
Red down to the bid, green up to the ask, black and white is neutral. Okay. I haven't seen a white, but black, okay. That makes sense. Guys, there is still no sizable wall that I'm seeing here of any kind. I can only see to 925, but I'm not seeing anything that's really going to stop this from continuing a push up. And it looks like retailers are coming in because these are all small purchases of like 100 shares here, 200 shares here, 500 shares there. There's a yeah, I mean, oh, there's a wall. 925, 130,000 at 925. It's funny because that was divided up against a whole bunch of different dollar points, and then it all accumulated right at 925, saying "fuck off and get out of here." CLOV is doing the thing and the stuff all at once, guys. Zom is up 9% right now. I mean, GME guys is 156 on the line. Getting through 925 is going to be tough, guys. Unless they just pull that and get out of the way. Oh, and now it's split again. Weird. They took the 25 grand and they literally split it across the next 10 cents below it. So instead of it being this big number, it's all of these little numbers staggered. Yeah, no sooner. Cold. It's been rough. I did take a loss today. Probably the biggest loss I've ever taken, actually. 15 grand in a single trade. But I'm about where I started the year. And I still have a book cost of about 90 grand. So I'm not hurting too bad, all things considered. I don't hate my portfolio, which is nice. I wake up every morning and I don't hate what I'm looking at. This Clover position has me feeling really good. If I could see this thing go for 10, that would be phenomenal. Okay, I'm gonna water up and drain, and I will be right back, guys. But yeah, there goes GME back down for that 156. Still low to no volume on GME today, guys. GME 3 million volume on the entire day. Looking at the sales on GME, it's like 9 shares, 2 shares, 7 shares, 1 share. Like just tiny, tiny, tiny little nicks and ticks. If CLOV goes to $1,000 a share, you'll have $5,000. It's great. Great, man. If CLOV goes to 30 is more what I'm looking at. But I would take my CLOV W going to 30. No, the squeeze comes tomorrow when the shorts are forced to buy back at whatever they can get it at. What's up, little man? Want a hug? Oh, little man. Say go up. Go up. The rule goes into effect tomorrow. I didn't think that we would see them cover till Friday, but if it happens sooner, I'm okay with that. Remember, yeah, I was hoping for sideways till Friday, Friday gains into over the weekend, and then we see the real pop Monday. I only have the one call option. I only have the one call option, but I guess my warrants are now pretty much the same deal, right? All done? Off? Bye-bye. Yeah, money will be after hours. They can release the short numbers before or after hours though, right? Redemption? It's the deadline of 4 o'clock?
It's set at 4 o'clock.
Okay. Where do you get that the new regulation that enters into effect tomorrow? Well, the regulation was in effect as of October. They start enforcing it as of April 22nd, which is tomorrow. China, Russia are looking to collaborate on their own space station that's not the international one. Pasta Masta, thanks for the follow, man. Much appreciated. Let me know what it is you trade, how you found the stream. I'm getting a little frustrated actually with these. For some reason, this is not updating my activity feed. Reload overlays, that's not it. What's this one? Skip alert, pause alerts, mute alerts. I don't want any of those. Yeah, fine. Mark them all as red. Maybe I just need to close down OBS and open it back up and I'll fix it. I'm fairly certain Chamath just can't. Let's see. Kitty? We're in Kitty. Any tweet lately? Not since April 16th. No commentary since April 16th. Let's go to Chamath. Nothing since April 20th when we talked about its SPACs. Elon? Talking about the space launch. Okay, seriously tired of this mouse. Really, really tired of the mouse. I think it's just about time to scrap it, boys. Just about time to scrap it. I don't buy the narrative that the shorts are still in GME. We kind of went through that a little bit earlier today. I don't think that the shorts are still there. Do I claw grip? No, I'm a lazy hand. I do the. I'm not a claw guy. I'm a big fan of this. This thing has been played to death, guys. This is a rock hat. I play a ton of League of Legends. This thing has been clicked to death. I'm definitely past the recommended number of clicks before replacing. But I was a big fan of the mouse, but it is dying. Yeah, I am not a piano player, guys. I don't have proper posture when I type. I type off the desk. Yeah, that's what I got is the cone. I'm a big fan. XTD cone. A ring mouse?
Oh, Benzinga, Tesla supply chain orders show company could sell 1 million cars in 2021. Okay.
I hate these. Done this before. I hate these. This I'm not a fan of. Anytime I see a mouse below $30, I'm like, I don't believe you. I mean, I don't mind this, the basilisk from Razer. That's a lot of buttons on that. Corsair. That Radio Shack mouse. Yeah, I need it. I definitely need something a little heavier duty than that. The Naga. See, this is too much for me though. I like the 20 button customization on the side. I don't need that. That's too much. I can operate with this, one of these two, just the 2 buttons or the wheel. This is sufficient for me. This is too much. I don't need a 20 button customization. This is for this is if you're playing a MMO. The lance head. Yeah, I mean, this is the Naga and it comes with customization, which is nice. I just don't know that I need to pay for that functionality. That's the ugliest mess I've ever seen in my life. The Night Sword does look good. I do like my cone. No, I'm gaming. I'm gonna be hardwired. I hardwire my internet. I hardwire all of my stuff. Like if you guys see my desktop, there's wires everywhere. Everything is hardwired. I don't. Yeah, CLOV is holding well at 9:05 into power hour here, but now that we are here, it needs to go. 909. Nope. My hypothesis on this was that today is a bit of a sideways day, guys. So go back to the big sheet here, GME, 6 months day. So that was Friday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. So just a little bit today. That's all it needs is just a little bit. This is the big one here. This is the Friday. This is before the weekend. Ah, wrong screen. I'm showing you guys nothing again. This is the Friday. It's kind of just got to go sideways. And then over the weekend. And then this is dreamland. I don't know that we do this, but this is reasonable. $9.13. That wall at 9.20 is not as big as it was. Yeah, that was GME in January. I mean, 9.25 I think is reasonable for the day. If it can hold 9.25 on the close, I think that's a really good day for it. What was our open today? Open was 8.50, right? $1 in a day? That's not bad. Low of the day was 8.07. Yeah, there is no wall at 9.25, guys. It is completely split up across all of the from 9.18 to 9.25. They've just split it up, so there's no massive wall that it's got to push through. It's just going to buy through all of these things in progression here. This could be a wild ride into close for sure. And the only large volume candles I'm seeing on GME are red candles. That's probably not what they're hoping for there. I do have my Clover. I do have a May 1250 call. It is green. It is profitable. Yeah. So I guess I'm not in shares anymore. I was at one point in shares, warrants, and options on this. I am now just in warrants and options. Past 9.20, it's all downhill from there. There is nothing above 9.20 for a good long while. I am now up. There's always a lag on this. There's always a delay on the warrants. Not familiar with warrants. Is that Canadian? No, it's not Canadian. It's not platform specific either. They're essentially options that are sold by the company. With instead of having a variety of expiries and strikes, it has a single strike and a single expiry. Yeah, there it is. It's coming up now. I mean, not a bad day. If I make back 5% on the portfolio, I'll take that. That's not a bad day. There's 920. 930 looks like the next level after 920. Zom went up about 9% today, so not bad. Not bad. I still have half my position in Zom, so I mean, I took back $700 on Zom today. That's not terrible. I mean, I do want to come back to why. Why is this happening? Why are we seeing this volume now at 2 o'clock? Pre power hour. GME's kind of sideways. I guess it did start to move up when GME touched 156, but the inverse? I don't know about the inverse. Really? 1 day on the minute? This GME just kind of went sideways and down today. This was all over the place. We dropped down to like GME spiked, we went down. I guess that would be the inverse. And then we're both kind of sideways. Then we went up a little bit, and then we went sideways. Yeah, CLOV broke through 9, Sean. Imagine 11 by end of week redemption. Warrants in strike by end of week.
I was in my kitchen. Yes, that would be fucking awesome. I mean, I don't know what the ceiling for this is going to be though. That's always the problem, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think 30 is a number that a lot of people are going to be eyeing up because once you hit 30, you got 90 days, right? Man, oh man, oh man. If it goes to 30, though, that's fantastic. I'll take that because the warrants are going to go with that, right? I mean, I think with warrants as much as with shares, I want to get out when the volatility is driving it up, because I think that's going to cause the price to go with it, right? Let's see. Check the scanners. Nobody's looking at CLOV warrants. Oh, there's 700,000 volume on CLOV. There is a wall at 249 on CLOV, though, for the warrants. $249, there's 35,000 warrants being sold. Do warrants show up on the scanners? Yep. Open W, Kali W, Lagak W, IMRN W. There's only a single warrant on the downside here. FinTech Acquisition, FTCV. Back to 920. $921. If you do not, what is this? If you do not, changes have been made with the fully paid lending program master securities lending agreement that require your review and acceptance by Thursday, April 22nd. If you do not accept the amended terms by the state, shares in your account will no longer be eligible for loan through fully paid lending program, and any existing shares on loan will be recalled. That is going to be very interesting on tomorrow.
Wait, what? Did I hear that correctly? Something about that with them reclaiming capital if you don't have enough.
I'm not sure what this guy's brokerage is, but it says changes have been made to the fully paid lending program. I think this is Fidelity. Changes have been made to the fully paid lending program master securities lending agreement that require review and acceptance. So you as a retail trader, if you do not accept the amended terms by this date, shares in your account will no longer be eligible for loan through the fully paid lending program, and any existing shares on loan will be recalled.
No, Fidelity's is like green and gold or something like that. This is Scott Trade, I think. Hang on, let me look at it. No,
Whatever it is, that's going to stand true across the board. If you don't want your shares loaned out, they have to call them back. What happens when they call back those shares? They must cover.
Liquidation. Yeah, Fidelity's is mostly green and gold from what I remember. God, I can't remember right now.
They must cover. If your brokerage says, oh, by the way, those shares that we lent you are no longer available, you can no longer own those, they have to cover that position. It's not a margin call, but think of it like a margin call. You don't own those short positions anymore. They're gone. They just don't exist. Oh no, I closed. Dagnabbit. I closed StockTwits. I can't do proper financial analysis anymore. Sorry, guys. Why pay for a broker when you can have StockTwits? Oh. The buy volume on CLOV. Yeah, for warrants, it's going to break 1 million. On warrants for the day. It's up 10%. $9.30. What's it going to do? There's a little wall here at $9.30. There's 30,000 shares. Does it have it? Does it have the juice? Yeah, I'm still in Zom, Mikey. It did not have the juice to break through 9.30. It's going to go back up. Give it a second shot, though. I've got half my position in Zom, Mikey, that I once had. Okay, water. I'll be right back, guys. Power half hour inbound. Trader Face, thanks for the follow, man. Let me know how you found the stream, what it is you trade. We'll drop a Here's Money Go. I haven't done one of those in a while.
Not sure why I'm not logged in. Could you log into Canva?
That should be it right there. Just log in with Facebook.
That's my Facebook.
Oh, that's not gonna work. You're in Power Hour. I own 95% of the shares in Zone now. I only have 10K in Zone. NMZ all day. Thanks for following, man. Much appreciated. Let me know how you found the stream, what it is you trade. Kramer is signaling a $16. Oh. Little Jim Kramer pump. They didn't up CLOV. So the 4 analysts on CLOV right now, Merrill Lynch, Credit Suisse, Citigroup, and JP Morgan. JP Morgan 2 months ago gave it a buy target of 15. Merrill Lynch gave it a buy target 12 days ago of 15. It's a reiterated. So that means that it's the same thing as before. I'm up 700 on my warrants. My option is green. Let's see what the volume is looking like on those options. That Kramer pump there is gonna be it's gonna be a big deal for the end of the day, I think. Kramer crew tends to hop on. Another 15,000 volume on the $10 strike, another 8K on the 1250s, 6K at 15, another 7,000 at 30. There's now 35,000. First rule about Peach is that we don't talk about Peach, ladies and gentlemen. Tim Chef and his crew over at Peach can do whatever the hell they want. Malictio, thank you so much for the follow, man. Let me know how you found the stream, what it is you trade. Malik, I can't really tell you how to trade options because I'm brutal at it. I would never. First of all, I don't offer financial advice. But if you're looking for training on options, really, man, do a ton of reading somewhere else. I can recommend some books to you on the reading list. We're experts in trading, like read a lot of books on people that trade options, reach out to people that trade options successfully, go seek a financial advisor. I can't really break down options in any kind of credible way, so I'm not going to do that for you just because I don't want to mislead you, right? I know there's a lot of guys on the internet that'll just tell you how they work. I'm not going to go that route. I'm sorry about that. Yeah, every warrant has different terms, so you have to look at the terms of the warrant. The warrant on CLOV are 1-for-1. So you're getting a 1-for-1. Look at it as a 1-for-1 option that has an expiry of April 2025 and an $11 strike. Yeah, in this instance, they're leaps. What is a good buy-in price for CLOV? Well, the analysts are all saying $10 or more is what it's worth. So anything, um, anything under $10, based off of analysts. Myself, I have an entry on warrants. I'm not actually holding shares, but my entry on shares was $8.59. Given that this has a reasonable price target of $15 into earnings, really anything under that is probably all right. Again, not me advocating a purchase of any kind of security. Do your own due diligence, make your own decision on that. Really, the best question is, where do you think a good price is for CLOV? Do the due diligence. Don't just grab the ticker for sure. What did I say? Yeah, the average on my warrants is 237. Charlie with that sweet 8 viewer raid. Thanks, buddy. Appreciate that. Why get warrants over shares more leverage? Yeah. I essentially can get, instead of me holding a couple thousand shares of Clover proper, I can instead get Clover warrants. Now I'm holding 5,400 shares, or 5,400 warrants of Clover at 237. Since they're 1-to-1, it's as long as I think it's going to 11 or more, then that CLOV W is hello. Thanks for the raid, Charlie. Appreciate that, buddy. But yeah, at 5,400, as long as it goes over 11, it's 5,400 shares, which is more than what I was holding in equity. So I might as well just move it over into the warrants and ride it out. I definitely think this goes over 11, especially before 2025. So the total price for each warrant share is 14 right now, 11.50 plus the 240 warrant price. What? Oh, if I'm going to exercise. Yeah, but I'm not going to exercise. I'm trading the warrant like an equity. Zomedica moving up 10% again. Ride is up 4% on the day. SPY is just kind of sideways, not really moving one way or the other. GSS, the gold play I called out this morning, up 6.5. Sundial up 3. FTOC is coming back. It's a green day. Everything in my portfolio as of right now is green on the day. It's the first green day I have had in like a month and a half. Everything right now. If FTOC can hold on, if it can just hold on till the end of the day, everything will be green.
Yep. Okay. It's confirmed now. It's gold. Gotta tell Hitch.
Oh, FTOC is getting the dad look. I mean, that one's just a matter of time. But okay, power 15 minutes. Let's see what we got. Oh no, you got your margin liquidated. Ouch, guys! Warning on margin. This is why I keep telling people stay out of the margin, please. There is going to be liquidation on margin for sure. As these broker dealers are looking to raise capital, they're going to liquidate margin. XX TBG, can you, if you don't mind, what brokerage are you using that's pulling in margin? I imagine it's Robinhood. CMAG. I don't know that. I don't know that brokerage. It's an offshore with no PDT and huge margin. Oh, okay. Well, therein probably lies the issue. Rip on the margin call, buddy. Hopefully you're able to cover it and it doesn't hurt you too deep. Guys, it's not financial advice I give you when I tell you not to trade on margin. It's just what I do. Please don't dive full tilt into margin. It's a great way to lose everything that you have and more. Most of the gum moments from the past decade have been off of over leveraged margin accounts. Just because somebody's willing to give you a loan doesn't mean you should take it. GME 157 still, guys. It hasn't really dropped significantly or gained either way. Do we head back up here in the last 15 minutes? We shall see. We shall see. 907. Got a new keyboard. Fat finger to position in the wrong position on a great momentum pick. My entire account disappeared in 15 seconds because I didn't have stop set up on shorts because I don't short. Oh, ouch, rip. Also, a great reminder, guys, as to why I do not use hotkeys, and I have confirmations on every purchase that I make. So whenever I go to send a confirmation, it says, "Are you sure? Are you sure?" And I still make mistakes. You guys still see me making mistakes buying in the wrong account, right? Even when it says, "Are you sure?" I still buy in my Canadian account instead of my US account. Hotkeys is not something I use. I understand that it's something that high frequency traders, day traders use. I'm not a day trader. I don't need that kind of speed. So I personally don't use them. I don't recommend them because Lord forbid something go wrong. FTOC has let me down. No, the double fill on the wheat order wasn't a fat finger. That was the brokerage not giving me accurate information, unfortunately. Ouch. Yeah, that can be an expensive lesson, but the more you know, right? Now it's climbing back up. Last 10 minutes here, guys. Let's see what we got. Can this hold above 9? There's no real levels to stop it from moving up, but there's not really any kind of buy pressure on it either. Yeah, it's a shame. It's down 3 pennies FTOC, and there's no volume on it. And there's no reason to be volume on it. Let's be honest. GameStop 158. Zomedica 84. SNDL 87. Do 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 do.
You gotta be fucking kidding me.
Yeah, so XXTBG, you're talking about technical analysis. When you're talking about VWAP, when you're talking about thresholds, when you're talking about chart patterns, that's technical analysis. I don't do technical analysis. I do fundamental analysis, and even at fundamental analysis, I'm not doing breakdowns on financials and market share and all that crap. I do qualitative fundamental analysis. So I'm breaking down social trends, headlines, and the macro response from the market on those. That's how I trade. It's a very different style. I just don't. I don't do that. So I would never offer anybody my insights on something that I use other than I don't use it because I've never had success with it. So I'm sorry that's not helpful. I'm sure that's not helpful, but I'd rather be honest with you than lie to you and give you some terrible financial advice.
So there's this house that I passed by when I went to Costco the other day.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, oh, that's interesting. I wonder what it's going to sell for, because this is a high traffic area near school, but it's in the quote unquote safe neighborhood. Just take a guess on how much it is. It's 2-bedroom, 1-bath.
1.2 mil.
That was the old neighborhood price. The new neighborhood price is 1.6 for this.
For a 2-bedroom.
2-bedroom, 1-bath bungalow.
Dill, Toronto, 2-bedroom, 1-bath bungalow, 1.6 million.
I just had the foresight to look it up now. I fucking choked when I looked at that price. I'm like, no one's gonna pay. Like, here's a listing here.
Starting a new family? Just had your first child? Looking to buy in Toronto? No problem, millennials. We've got you covered with a $1.6 million mortgage. What?
Even with a 30-year or whatever, you know how much your monthly would be? $8,000 just for your house. So that would mean you'd have to make over 100K, like well over 100K a year, just to have this thing.
It's absolutely ludicrous, guys. Ludicrous. Why aren't millennials out there buying homes?
When you put a $1.6 million rate on there, and actually getting good employment is really difficult, because you keep bringing in all these other people and just forcing them into jobs that they aren't qualified for. I mean, I would love to be forced into a job I'm clearly not qualified for and get a fat paycheck out of doing nothing, but to each his own.
I wonder what a 4-bedroom corner lot goes for in Toronto these days. 2 mil? 3 mil?
God, I wouldn't know. By the looks of this, though, that guy doing the 200K per door valuation method, I think there's like a 60% variance on this, because I wouldn't, even with all that said, though, like I wouldn't offer more than $1 million on this house, because this is a piece of shit. This looks like a piece of shit.
Well, and that's just it, guys. Just flip the house easy. It's not that easy. That's exactly what's going to happen here. Is people are going to buy these homes, and when they've got to refinance their mortgage in 5 years on their fixed term, they're going to go back and they're going to be underwater on it. They're going to go, okay, well, we only evaluate the home to actually be worth, $700,000, $750,000 now. So you got to cover the gap in cash or assets. You've got to put up additional collateral to cover the mortgage at this point. That's not accounting for inflation. That's just the price movement coming back down. The hyperinflation on pricing in the housing market in Toronto and Montreal, Ottawa, and Ottawa not as much, but Toronto, Montreal, and Vancouver
Quebec
is disgusting. Disgusting.
Like, if you didn't own your home in the last, I want to say, 10 years or so, you'd be fucked. Like, you'd literally be fucked right now. Either that or you'd be living at home, which would have been a smart thing to do, but...
They should have known the future value would be lower, but it's tough when all you have are realtors and the CMHC and the Canadian government telling you, no, Canada is in a good place. Our mortgage sector is not at risk of imploding on itself. Don't worry, the prices will still appreciate in value over time because people are still buying houses at these prices. So all is well in the world. All is not well in the world. It will reach a tipping point where people simply cannot afford it. And the CMHC is putting in new rules to make it even harder for you to get a mortgage. There comes a point where people simply cannot get it. They cannot get a mortgage. They will not be able to get approved. And when that tipping point comes where people can no longer get mortgages and China is done buying property, you're screwed.
Not entirely, Millennial. What's his face? There's this douchebag here, and I say this not out of jealousy, but because I hate people like this, where this dude owns like, I think Graham Stephan interviewed him, but he had 50 properties. All of them were on bought on debt and shit like that. But his whole shtick was that These are all rental properties near universities, and he basically charges like an arm and a leg for each one of them. And just anytime he has a money for a down payment for another one, he just goes and buys up more property, like around these areas. People like that fucking disgust me because you're basically leveraging a shit ton of debt, and you're not actually having the money to actually pay for this outright. You're leveraging like an IOU to them constantly and just keep building it that way, right? But I just fucking hate that because you're not actually adding anything. You're just basically racking this all up for yourself. There comes so it, not for socialism, but I really think that something needs to be done with that because like owning 50 fucking properties is absolutely ludicrous. I think you probably got more, but
All right, guys, last 5 minutes here. CLOV sitting at 8.99. Is it going to finish above $9 in this last 5 minutes? Typically, we do see a large amount of volume pop in here in the last 5 minutes. Candles are increasing on volume, so we'll see what we'll see. But I mean, to hear the criticism of why aren't millennials buying houses? What?
no, Ben Mala, he does commercial properties. He doesn't do residential. This guy was doing residential. Plus, I like Ben Mala. Ben Mala negotiates like how I would negotiate.
Yeah.
1.6 million? I'm not going to give you more than over 1.2. You're fucking crook.
Clover helped though about that, and not real estate in Toronto to get us anything angry about it because it's overinflated and the bubble will pop. Clover 907. 2 minutes left. Now remember, they've got until 8 o'clock, but what we just saw in that screenshot is retail traders are being offered that if you do not accept the new agreement, they will recall shorts. And you better believe that there are if your shares have been loaned out too short or to cover these positions, and they recall all of those shares, you're going to see a very interesting fallout as a result. Payments, property taxes. By them keeping a ceiling on it by refusing to retire and then coming back as pensioners on contract, you limit the millennial generation's ability to earn salary where they should be at this age. And then you wonder why we can't even afford property taxes. Our first home that we had, I shouldn't say our first, our third home that we had, my hydro cost more than the home's mortgage.
The was it? So Rogue, my solution to that was that okay, fine. You want to have a like 50 houses? Okay, go ahead. After the third one, we're gonna charge you, and this is gonna compound. We're gonna start charging you extra interest on top of your on top of your thing.
We're not at the bell yet, ladies and gents. We're not at the bell yet, but it's still over 9. FTOC didn't go green on the day though, so it let me down. I'm disappointed. Hydro is power. My electrical. It was a baseboard heated home. It was a Century home that was baseboard heated, so paper thin walls. And it my monthly hydro bills through the winter in Canada were $900 to $1,000.
Honestly, like I don't see the point in not installing like at least some sort of offset, like a solar panel or something like that on your roof. I know it's like 10, 20-year replacements, but
there's a whole bunch of reasons why. But Zomhelt 83. CLOV 905 at the finish. There's the bell. 905. Let's see what it does after hours here.
Tesla solar roofs panels or regular panels?
I wouldn't put anything on it. On a Century home?
Oh no, not the Century homes. I mean like something newer.
You know, for Iceboro, I didn't actually look at them. Ever since I got out, I haven't been looking at them. They did score a big contract, but my issue with MRS or MSNVF is that as COVID declines, their agreements become worth less and less because there's no obligation for the government to purchase. It's just that they have the contract to have the purchases come through them should the government need to purchase. But if the government decides that it doesn't need sanitizer anymore at that level, they just stop buying. 905 into the bell was great. We'll see what it does after hours here. So far, it's just holding that 905 after hours. Not really a ton of volume one way or the other on it. Yeah, I mean, a 905 finish, guys. I'm pretty stoked about that. There will be no short restrictions on it tomorrow. It will not be uptick, so I'm expecting that we see, unless this new SEC ruling comes into effect in storm, like in force, it's going to be very, very interesting to see what happens tomorrow. Now, that being said, we could very well see that new SEC ruling come into enforcement tomorrow. They could be looking to throw the book at somebody, which in that case, if you are a Robinhood trader, I would be very worried about having access to your platform tomorrow. Very, very worried about that. It's kind of going to be a big deal. Holy Tony, as of tomorrow, the SEC is going to require that any dealer broker that has borrowed shares to loan them for short purposes or loan them to market makers, they are going to require that they have a second party holding capital to cover those shares, which essentially means that broker dealers are going to be far less hesitant to offer shorts on stocks. As well, it looks like a bunch of broker dealers have sent out warnings to their retail traders, probably their larger institutional traders as well, saying, if you do not want your shares borrowed and do not agree to this new agreement, we will have to rescind we will have to ask for the shares that we have previously borrowed from you back from the people that borrowed them, which means that they've got to cover. They liquidate that short position that they borrowed the share for, which means that if shorts are being forced to liquidate tomorrow, you're going to see a lot of the meme stocks, the GMEs, the Zomedicas, the Nakeds, the SNDLs. There's a very, very easy opportunity for that to ride. My thoughts on SafeMoon are it's about as valuable as PooCoin. Those altcoins that are having these pump and dumps, I would not go anywhere near personally. So that's all I'm going to tell you guys. My thoughts on them is that I won't go anywhere near them personally. I have an Ethereum holding. I will slowly leverage into it, but that is it. I am not willing to look at SafeMoon, Dogecoin, Litecoin, Bunnycoin, PooCoin, Tezos, any of those. I would not put equity. I would not put any kind of asset into that. Ethereum. The only reason I actually bought Ethereum proper instead of Mara or Riot is Ethereum is something that can be used by banking institutions globally to clear SWIFT transfers, which is kind of a big deal. That Ethereum blockchain is a big deal. LTC is one of the OGs, though. We're only down a penny on CLOV, guys. Okay, I'm going to drain one more time. I'm going to drink some water. I'm going to get out of here at 4:30 today, so I'm here for a half hour more. But I'm going to continue watching CLOV in the after hours just to see if there's any other movement.
JJ, I'm in here.
No, I'm here. I'm looking at it. I'm just not gonna. I won't go into anything that is not Ethereum.
No.
There are definitely gains elsewhere. There are gains in altcoins. I'm not saying that there can't be gains made elsewhere. There was lots of gains made on GameStop. I still didn't play it. Right? This is why you need to do your own DD. There are certain things that I just won't trade for myself. Not my edge, exactly. On the day, ladies and gentlemen, on the day, up 4%. Took $2,000 back. Saber had a good day too.
Well, I don't want the table moved because I just Okay, take him down.
DGLY got hurt. Got hurt bad. What's for dinner today? Spaghettis. Doing the paschettis. Thought about going to get garlic bread too, but I just don't want to go out in that snow. Are you winning? I'm winning today. Winning today. It's that Kevin Costner gif, you know? That is not the gift that I wanted. Later. This is saying that the NASDAQ publication schedule has the 24th set. Redemption?
What?
Why is he saying 24th? He's wrong. You're right.
It says right there.
Yeah.
It says right there, the 26th.
This guy's saying 24th.
Maybe it means May 24th after their earnings or something. Oh no, he was talking about the short shit.
Yeah, he was talking about the short squeeze, which is why the publication schedule is important.
I mean, it's not that important. It's like 2 weeks delayed, but I mean, I guess to each his own.
No, that's still important because it's going to clarify once and for all what the short interest is on the Hindenburg, right?
Yeah.
All right. There's not really any after hours movement on Clover, guys. It's kind of just moving sideways. So on that note, I think that's it for me today. Is Rita streaming right now?
She was making a video or something. I don't know. It's up a channel, but
yeah, if she's making a video, I don't want to interrupt her. All right. Let's go to, let's see, twitch.tv. What do you guys want to watch, huh? What do you want to watch?
And then over the years, you finally are like, ah,
Crypto's got its own
there's that
channel, but
really
stocks and
expensive
bonds
tripod
doesn't.
that actually holds
What?
itself out over everything.
All right. All right. Amazing day, guys. Thanks for hanging out. Like, follow, subscribe, all that jazz, no matter where you're watching. Have fun out there. I will see you tomorrow morning, ladies and gentlemen, bright and early, as always. Later.